Welcome to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Morning, everybody. Morning, and welcome once again to Perkins Online. Did you have a good weekend? I don't know. If even you didn't have any personal tragedy in your life yourself, could it have been a good weekend with all those people on the pictures you saw on television of people grieving over losses of their loved one? There's a young girl, where was it? Somewhere in the country, that was missing. And then they found her leg amputated and eventually her dead body. Isn't that painful? But look here. There are all sorts of other terrible. The Gleaner this morning has an interesting editorial. We're going to read it for you.
The editorial in today's Gleaner.
Yes.
It's called Better Management Needed at Almost Every Level. The standard of governance we have enjoyed over the last 3 or 4 decades must be graded as poor to very poor. Our level of education is inadequate.
Over the last 3 decades.
3 or 4 decades.
3 or 4 decades. That is 30 to 40 years.
Our level...
They're cushioning the blow, you know.
Our level of education is inadequate. The physical plant in our schools is run down and inadequately maintained. Our teachers are absorbed with compensation issues and not united behind a relentless drive to provide a world-class educational experience for our young. The Ministry of Education has become a payroll office. It does not inspire a generation of new Jamaicans to seek education as the key to the future. It shows little commitment to forcing teachers' employment to be dependent on pupil achievement. Why do we accept this? Crime is at a level that would ensure the quick resignation elsewhere of any government of a country with a developed civil society opinion leaders.
Oh my gosh.
The Jamaica Constabulary Force is increasingly dysfunctional and ineffective.
Oh Lord.
The number of murders in Jamaica is almost twice that of New York City. Police stations are in terrible shape. Police killings are increasing. Police cars are not regularly replaced and too frequently are utilized for personal use. The attitude of most police officers is arrogant and rude. Certainly the police have an unenviable job to perform, but they do not appear to have any visible plan to maximize their effectiveness and service, and so win public support for their function.
Is it the fault? Is it the police that are to have a plan, or is it the government, of which the police are merely agents?
They could do so much more with the resources that they have, but managerial competence is absent. It is time we stopped accepting mediocrity in public life. Public leadership has failed Jamaica badly. Public leadership includes civil servants and politicians. Civil society leadership is also far too accommodating. Apart from the two active human rights organizations, Jamaicans for Justice and the Independent Jamaica Council for Human Rights, there are no active lobby organization constantly encouraging and insisting on better governance. Regrettably, the business lobby groups are unnecessarily quiet and passive. Jamaica, it often appears, is run for the benefit of politicians. Mm-hmm. Every road and building is named after a politician. Uh-huh. Every public office has a politician's picture. Uh-huh. All kinds of announcements are made, but there is little accountability. Time cannot be found in Parliament to discuss a report from the Auditor General identifying all kinds of irregularities. The PNP cannot be proud of its performance in government. The issues of poor education and increasing crime and the perception of expanding corruption have not been dealt with. The JLP is an unproven alternative. Voters should support the party, not out of tradition, that can put forward specific proposals to improve dramatically the management capacity of the country. Can we hear these, please?
That's it.
Yes.
Now, the thing that strikes me is, when did the Gleaner discover all of this? This has been going on in Jamaica over, well, the Gleaner would have us believe that it has been in the state that it is for 40 years. I don't think that that is quite true. Well, more or less, if you go back to the end of the 1960s, that is when the massive deterioration started. Things have been falling apart in this country, and particularly so over the last 2 decades. Falling apart because the center is not holding, and mere anarchy has been loosed upon the land. That is what has been happening. It has been plain for anybody to see who wanted to see it over the past couple of decades, in my view. There were earlier signs. Things were not by any means perfect. The crime rate was rising. And up to now, we don't understand as a people what the problem really is as far as the crime rate is concerned. We think that, or the impression is given, that our leaders think that the crime rate is going to be solved by policing. More guns, more bulletproof vests in the hands of the police, more persons being shot in questionable circumstances, and we think that that is going to solve the problem. The Woolmer case illustrates some aspects of the problem. It is an embarrassment to this country. We are being made the laughing stocks of the world. And I think One British newspaper pointed this out. I heard some text being read from it. Jamaica is the laughing stock of the world. But, you know what has happened in the Woolmer case? Is a small part of the problem. There are thousands of cases, of murder cases in this country that occurred in the past 4 years and more, for which there has up to now been no inquest held. And if you look at the crime statistics, what they're telling you is that, you know, thousands of murders committed in this country every year. Somewhere in the region of 1,500. Well, not thousands, no. Hundreds committed every year. I think we had close to 1,600 a couple of years ago. And what percentage of them are solved by the police? They give you a figure, just over 30% cleared up. What does cleared up mean? Police shot a man last night, and they're now saying that he was wanted for 5 murders. Hence 5 murders cleared up. That's all. And what it means is that there are large numbers of persons, or significant numbers of persons out there committing murders who are not being caught and put before the courts. Murder is apparently an easy thing to get away with in Jamaica. Hold on just a moment, please.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is
10:16.
So, what you doing later?
I plan to call and text free.
All right. What you doing tomorrow then?
I plan to call and text free.
What about this weekend?
I plan to call and text free.
Next month?
Next year, I plan to call and text free with the B-Mobile Anyone Free Time Plan.
How's that?
A plan that gives you 2 hours of free calls and 20 free texts every day to any B-Mobile or C&W number. And 20% off calls to the US, UK landlines and Canada.
So, how much it costs?
Only $200 a week for prepaid and $800 a month for postpaid.
Sounds good.
You better believe it.
The B-Mobile Anyone Free Time Plan. A plan to call and text free every day. Sign up now. Call or text the word START to 809-FREE. That's 809-3733. Details on the press, conditions apply.
Me and my B-Mobile, there's nothing quite like us.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and a raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited. 27 East Street, Old Harbour. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465106. Courtesy
courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. But the problem is not a problem only about the police. Right? It is a problem that goes a lot higher than that. Well, the experience with the police bears it out. There's for some years now been an awareness of the shortcomings of the police force. They're not equipped to deal with the problem. But the government clearly does not know what to do about it. They seem to have thought that the answer was to send to England and get a few, send to Britain and get a few Britishers to come here, make them assistant commissioners and put them in charge of crime and whatever. And that has now been going for a couple of years, at least. Right? And is there any sign of any improvement? I'm not aware of it. And one of these assistant commissioners is at the forefront of this seriously embarrassing situation that has hit us in the Woolmer case. He's a man that has been calling press conferences and making announcements, and it now seems to be turning out that all those those announcements were misguided, totally misguided. Mark you, not the fault of the police alone, because the inquest, not the inquest, the post-mortem, I don't know, something is seriously wrong. How can professionals look at a matter like this and come to a conclusion that if we are to believe what we are hearing now coming out of Scotland Yard and the British technologists who were invited to look into this matter, what they have come up with is a load of rubbish. And it's all over the world that Jamaica is a murder capital. We have more murders here in this country annually, as the Gleaner pointed out in that editorial, than they have in New York City. A city with, what is it, somewhere in the region of 14 or 18 million people. And we have 2.7 million. The problem is a lot bigger. The problem has to do with the competence of a government to govern. Does the government know what it is about? And clearly the answer is no. It does not have a clue. Did you read Dawn Rich's article yesterday? If you haven't, you better have a look at it. I don't think Omar Davis could have slept well last night if he read it. And I don't know, one gets the impression that Miss Dawnrich is rather close to the Prime Minister. And I don't know to what extent what she was writing, what she wrote, corresponded with the views of the Prime Minister. Talking about the Prime Minister, did you see that cartoon in today's Observer? I don't know, they're treating my sister P rather badly. She's there on the dance floor. Mr. Golding is on the dance floor near her. He's dancing with a young girl. The Sister P is thereby sort of dancing in an outlandish way. There's a cameraman, too, on the scene. And he has his camera turned on Mr. Golding. And she's there screaming in a kind of Jezebel fashion. I shine the video light pa me. I shine the video light pa me. Oh, poor Prime Minister, they're really taking advantage of her, but, well, I don't know. She put herself in line for that kind of thing. And that's the kind of sound that she delivers on political platforms, not sounding at all like a Prime Minister. Anyway, more on that. The issue of the judiciary, again, issues to do with the judiciary. The Herald yesterday had a follow-up story to the one that it carried last week, in which it pointed out two statements have been made. One by the Solicitor General, Mr. Hilton, another by a lawyer representing the judge, Mr. Anderson. And the Herald pointed to a serious difference, conflict between the two statements. Mr. Hilton said that when the judge was appointed to hear the Chen Yong case, he invited the lawyers on both sides into his chamber to put to them the question whether he, in their view, whether they had any objection to his hearing the matter, having regard to his background in Miles, Fletcher and Gordon. He invited the lawyers into his chambers. The lawyer representing the judge made a statement. And in his statement, the Herald is telling us, the judge put the question to them in open court. Now, which one was it? A lot of discussion has been going on about the way in which we appoint judges in this country. Chief Justice and other judges. Other judges are appointed by a Judicial Services Commission, which is chosen. I don't know if you would find 24 people out there on the road who would be able to tell you how the Judicial Services Commission was cut. You know, I heard a discussion last night on TVJ, All Angles. They had on it the president of the Bar Association, the head of the Norman Manley Law School, and Mr. David Wong-Ken. He's now chairman of Jamaicans for Justice. And you know, Mr. Wong-Ken made a profoundly important point. He said that, and these are my words, he said that what was of real importance, of fundamental importance, was not the judges nor the courts. It was the people. The judges and the courts are there to serve the people, and the people are what is important. And he is absolutely right. And what is happening is that we're appointing judges, it seems, without regard for the people. The Prime Minister has the right to determine the identity of the Chief Justice. And she does it in her chambers. Right? And nobody knows who this person is and what the basis is on which that person was selected until, well, the Chief Justice says, we're just told a name. We take a break. We come back shortly.
Ideal Portfolio Services Company Limited, creating wealth for our clients every single day. For effective stock portfolio management, speak to our expert investment advisors today. Telephone 960-639024. The time by Ideal Portfolio Services Company Limited, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5 is 10:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road and 145 Constant Spring Road. Massive sale on steel, lumber, 5/8 4-ply, cement and more. Take our competitors' quotations to us, and we'll beat the prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Telephone 969-3382. That's 969-3382.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. On the local weather scene, today will be mainly sunny except for isolated afternoon showers, mainly over hilly areas. Tonight is expected to be mainly fair. For the next 3 days, look for mainly sunny and windy conditions during the days and mainly fair conditions at nights. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody.
Hey, Red, rodeos are coming. Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome, Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide. Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient, and quality service, computerized prescription filling, over-the-counter medication and compounding of dermatology preparation, a wide variety of cosmetics, gifts, herbals, and novelties. 3 Angels Pharmacy, Shop 6 Caledonia Place Plaza, 11 Caledonia Road, Mandeville. Open 8 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. Telephone 962-5584 or fax in your prescription to 962-4912. We deliver in Mandeville at no additional cost. 3 Angels Pharmacy, providing for the total you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. You know, there's so much wrong with the Constitution of Jamaica. The people of Jamaica, they were very badly let down by the leaders whom they trusted with the drafting of this Constitution. And not the least area in which this happens is the appointment of a Chief Justice and of judges. The Prime Minister has the right to decide who the Chief Justice is to be, and on what basis she, in this case, or he, makes that decision. Nobody has any right to know. She just decides. That is the Chief Justice. End of the matter. That's not satisfactory. Not at all. There needs to be more openness, not only in relation to the appointment of a Chief Justice, but in relation to the appointment of other judges. And you know, one of the fascinating things I gather is that a big discussion of they have an inquiry into the judicial system or the justice system, and they've invited experts from Canada and all sorts of things. This has been going on for some time. I gather that this what do they call it, a commission or whatever, has come up with some recommendations, and among those those recommendations are some related to the appointment of judges, and the government has up to now paid no attention to that. Very interesting, isn't it? They've gone ahead and appointed whom they want to appoint. Well, not the government, but the Prime Minister. Not good enough. We need some changes there. Did you see a letter in the Sunday Gleaner written by Mr. Frank Phipps? It had to do with that incident down in Negril involving a judge that was on circuit and couldn't find or could not find accommodation where she expected to find it. Their appropriate arrangements had apparently not been made, and it was a bit of an embarrassment to her and a lot of discomfort, I'm sure. And she spoke about it in court. And the Attorney General slammed into her. And Mr. Phipps pointed out quite correctly that nowhere in his statement on the matter did the Attorney General criticize the substance of what she said. He didn't say she said so-and-so and that was wrong. or not in accordance with the fact or whatever. The Attorney General's argument had only to do with the fact that she had said it in court. It's a very, very good, very important point. Right? He's challenging her right to speak in court about what had happened to her as a result of the incompetence of his own ministry and government. Anyway, let's get on with it. We go now to our telephone callers. Hello? 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 You know, why do we have these difficulties all the time?
Hello?
Getting to callers. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning to you, sir.
Morning, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
How are you today, sir?
Not too bad, thank you. How are you?
Well, you know, I'm still sucking the salt through the wooden spoon.
Sucking the salt through you know, your pronunciation is off. The wooden spoon.
Yes, sir. Well, you know,
not the wooden spoon, the wooden spoon.
Okay. Thanks for the correct, sir. I stand corrected.
That is correct. Is correct now.
I said correct.
Eh?
The finance minister pronounced it correctly.
I don't know how we pronounce it. You read Miss Dornrich's article in the Gleaner yesterday?
No, unfortunately.
Oh my God, man, you have to go find the Gleaner.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, go read it, man.
Yesterday, cause I wasn't feeling so well.
I don't know what is happening there.
Yeah.
You know?
I'll try and do it today because I wasn't feeling so well yesterday.
Oh.
All the sucking off the salt and kind of.
Yes, yes. Well, if you had read it, you would probably have felt better.
Yeah. But Mr. Perkins, interestingly, I was having a conversation with my uncle and one of his army friends,
yes,
a former army man. And they were saying that he's not surprised at the pronouncement that the Prime Minister made. He's saying that she's just showing her true colors. That's what they're saying. Cause
what is this?
They were saying
what pronouncement?
When she was there and she was ready to take on the media and cuss the media, and he was even talking about...
You're sure it is the Prime Minister that does that, did that? Huh?
What are you trying to say? Some Jezebel and
I think, yes. Yes.
Well, that's exactly what he's saying, you know. He's saying that is our true colors coming out.
Her true colors coming out.
In the 70s, he's saying, me's a young bud, something not going to know. But he's telling me that in the 70s, she was known as Razor.
Razor.
Right. And that you remember on one occasion, his detail was sent down to her constituency. And
was sent down to where?
To her constituency. She was doing some corner and search. And I said that some lady just came out. And I'm going to say, oh. Right? Some Jezebel came out and started cussing them off. And lift up frack overhead and show certain part of the anatomy.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, so he's saying that...
Well, that could not have been the Prime Minister, I'm sure.
Well, it's some Jezebel.
Yeah.
So he's saying he's not really surprised or shocked. And he's saying, remember the last time, he was, hardly, sharp, don't draw my tongue.
Yes, well.
Well, yes, the Jamaican people are very sharp memory.
Draw my tongue.
Jamaican people have sharp memory.
Yes, yes, yes.
But
well.
you see, but there's such a difference between the two leaders. You know? When one speaks, I mean, when Mr. Golden speaks, I just have to, I'm amazed that the man just come across so intelligent and the ideas that he's putting out and stuff. If they are implemented, they'll definitely move Jamaica forward. And that's
but the pollsters are telling us that that Jamaicans don't really love Mr. Golding. They love Sister P.
Well, I don't know about love of Mr. Golding, you know. But if Jamaicans were to give the PMP a fifth term, it would definitely show that they don't love themselves either.
Well,
I mean, after having 18 years of the PMP and the devastation that it has brought to this country, if you put them in back, it would really mean that, you love suffering. You don't mean yourself much good.
So that is your view after some years of sucking the wooden spoon?
Yeah.
I see.
But in regards to the polls, as Mr. Perkins, yes, there's so much contradiction in the Bill Johnson. And Bill Johnson don't have any credibility, so I wouldn't even comment on it. Right? And then Wignall poll is saying something completely different from what Bill Johnson is saying.
Well,
so,
but Mr. Wignall is the 9% man.
2 days before the election.
2
days before the election.
No. The day before the election.
The day before, sorry. Right?
The Observer printed, if you remember, an afternoon edition for the first time, I believe, in its history.
Right.
And on the afternoon of the eve of the election.
Right.
And Mr. Wignall came out with a 9% demand.
Yeah. All this
Look here. Let me tell you something. Polls have no credibility.
Yeah.
Right? The pollster can tell you anything he wants to tell you.
That's true.
And you have no way of demonstrating that what he tells you isn't true. And if you allow yourself to be influenced by it, right? If people allow themselves to be influenced by the polls, then the poll may well seem to have been true. In other words, if the pollster tells you that Party X is well ahead and is going to win the election, leaves you to draw the conclusion. Almost invites the conclusion that party is going to win the election, right?
And
if people who support the other party are broken in spirit as a result of that and don't go out to vote, of course the other party will win the election. Right?
That's correct.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Barco Caribbean Limited, the prestigious manufacturers and distributors of high-quality household products. Products such as Super Bright Ceramic Cleaner, Super Pine Disinfectant, and Chlorite Bleach can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices. The time by Barco Caribbean Limited is 10:46.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now.
Do you have fat thighs or calves, flabby arms, double chin or crow's feet, baby tummy that won't budge or unsightly cellulite? Well, visit Suddenly Slender and experience the magic of mineral body wraps. Would you like to be slimmer? Lose 6 to 30 inches? Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston, 920-1139 or 997-1909.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. On the local weather scene, today will be mainly sunny except for isolated afternoon showers, mainly over hilly areas. Tonight is expected to be mainly fair. For the next 3 days, look for mainly sunny and windy conditions during the days and mainly fair conditions at nights. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
Versan Educational Services is the best in college counseling and preparation for exams. GRE, GMAT, SAT, LSAT, SSAT, MCAT, TOEFL, and DAT. If you want the best results, register now. Versan Educational Services, located at 134 Constant Spring Road. Call 755-2187. Shop 17 Island Plaza, Ocherias, and Shop 39 Overton Plaza, Montego Bay. For success in going overseas to study, call Versan today. Now registering for 2008. Classes start July 7.
So,
lucky bride.
Lucky who? I just pick up my suit from Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor.
From foreign? No! Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor, shop 47 Twin Gates Plaza. Their suits are equivalent to suits from West End London.
But Bespoke Tailor is a Jamaican tailor right a yard. And them have the best tailor-made suits about ya.
Bespoke Tailor? No wonder I thought you were spoken for.
Victor Wilson, Bespoke Tailor, 926-7587.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back online. Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Perkins. Hello?
Yes?
Okay. You know what I'm saying? The pose, Mr. Perkins. We can't follow a pose, you know.
Huh?
You see the feeling that I'm getting on the ground?
Yes.
It's showing you that the PNP are going to lose this election.
Why you think so?
Mr. Perkins, over the weekend I was in Portland. As you know, I've been in Portland for some time now. And what I saw coming out, I was in Port Antonio.
Uh-huh.
And the amount of people and vehicles I see coming out of East Portland to go over the meeting in Buff Bay. And in the night when I went down to Buff Bay, it took me over 2 hours from Port Antonio to reach Buff Bay.
Oh?
Right? And you know that on
2 hours to do 18 miles?
And you know, under normal condition, it's a 30 minutes drive.
Uh-huh.
Right? And I'm telling you the amount of vehicle and people on the roadway, people running down out of the hills, out of the bushes, with green cloth and tree limb and all type of things, you know, just waving.
Oh?
I mean, the spirit and when I actually reach in Buff Bay, you know, and park and walk down to where the meeting is, because I have a couple of friends and them said they want to experience it.
Yes.
So we decided to go down there and see what was taking place, you know. I mean, the crowd, Mr. Perkins, the amount of people is like a sea of green, you know.
Well, we have seen some seas of red from time to time, so, haven't we?
Nothing compared to what I saw the other night, Mr. Perkins. And the vibes of the people, them. And, you know, okay, when you're on the road and you stop in the liquor bars and you strike up a conversation with the people, them definitely want to see the back of this government.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
I mean, so I don't see how the polls could be saying that. Because even in East Portland, where you know is a strong PMP constituency or area, right? I mean, the people down there, them said them just sick and tired of the member of parliament and they want to vote him out and stuff like everywhere you go. Even the PMP people, when you talk to them, when you talk to some strong PMP people, they must say, boy, them now vote this time or something like that, you know? Or they might make the change this time.
Well,
them argument they're getting.
I don't know, sir. I hear stories like that, but I wonder whether they're true.
More time I wonder if Bill Johnson going to Arnett Gardens got to him poll.
Well, I wonder what he would get if he went in there.
And then, you know, people like Dr. Spin again coming out and that. See, if the PMP were really confident that they would win, or should I call the election a long time? That is one.
I suspect that is so, yes.
Right? And two, you wouldn't have them coming out and have to be spreading so much propaganda and having prophets coming out and calling on the church and all of this. They're trying to do everything.
Well, that is part of the...
It shows you...
I mean, they've gone a little further, a bit further than you know, has people have gone in the past,
yes.
Parties have gone in the past. I mean, all this business of God, bringing God into it.
Yeah.
as having determined that Sister P is to be Prime Minister. I don't know. I'm a little surprised at how quiet the churches have been on this, relatively so. You know, because this looks to me like an abuse of the name of God.
It's desperation, Mr. Perkins, and drowning one clutches at a straw.
Yes.
Yes. And the PMP definitely drowning this time around. Right? I'm too young to know about the 80s, but when
you think, you know, that Mr. Patterson's sort of moving out, and so many other of the leading members of the party and of Parliament and government not going back. You think if Mr. Patterson thought that he was close to a record fifth term, right? That he would have sort of given up like that?
I don't think so.
No, I think that they're giving up and put Sister P there to, hoping that the people love her. Popularity. And because of that, she could bring home the bacon. Yeah. But in any event, if she didn't, it wouldn't be his loss.
Right, and they'll try to regroup and blame it on her. But you know what they never bank on was that she would go out and speak in public. Right? You see, probably if she had called the election and she just took over the leadership, the euphoria and all that probably would have...
would have taken her home. Yes.
But the thing is, the Jamaican people have gotten a chance to see her and see what she's all about. And
what she is not about.
And see the Jezebel type of behavior and stuff like that. Lord. And furthermore, what she has done is, instead of bringing in even new people with fresh ideas, is the same old bunch, and she said that she's not changing the whole bus.
Well, no, she's bringing in a new finance minister. She's abandoning the world-class finance minister.
Omar is still running, you know.
Is he?
Omar is still running.
I don't know. I've been hearing stories about that.
Omar is still running, so you know.
I hear stories about that.
But when you see she go into the retirement home and bring back people like Tola and Roger Clark and right, those old geriatrics.
Well, Roger Clark wasn't
desperate situation.
Roger Clark wasn't in the retirement home. He was very active as a minister.
No, he had retired. He said that he wasn't going to run, and he gave up his constituency.
Oh yes, I beg your pardon. Yes, that's true.
St. Elizabeth.
Yes.
Right.
I've forgotten that.
And gone over to Westmoreland now. Right. So you see, they're just desperate, and they're not bringing in people with new ideas to show that that there's going to be some dramatic change in the way they have been doing it.
I heard on the television last night a story saying how D.K. Duncan was far ahead, leading by about 90 points.
Yeah, that's even 9 in about 90.
In Hanover.
And he's going up against a sitting member of parliament, you know. Albeit that, opposition MPs are treated unfairly in terms of the allotment and stuff like that. But there's no way he could just go into the seat and be 46 points, and the JP man is only 23 or something like that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's what the polls are saying.
It wasn't, but they said, I saw the poll, it was a privately conducted poll, and they don't say who commissioned it.
This was the one in the Herald. Huh?
Yeah, it's privately commissioned poll.
And who did
Mark Myers' name under the article. And
that is Mr. Myers who did that poll?
Well, his name was below the article. But they say it's a privately commissioned poll. So I was wondering if
and who did the poll? Who did the poll?
I think they said something like Stone.
Stone?
Stone Group or something like that.
Oh, is that so? Well.
But I was wondering if it was commissioned by the PMP.
Well, I don't know.
I don't see that. That does.
Anyway, let me tell you something. There is so much in Jamaica to cry about, you see, and yet so much to laugh about. So what we must do is pick carefully, choose carefully, the laugh rather than the shedding of tears.
Well,
okay.
We have 18 years of comic relief.
Well, yes, indeed. All right, thank you very much. Yeah. All the best to you. Yeah. Incidentally, there's a lovely story on the BBC yesterday. I think it's carried in the Gleaner this morning, about a man in Poland. He worked on the railways. 19 years ago, he was hit by a train and fell into a coma. And he has been in that coma for 19 years. And his wife stood by him. And she was always at his side, helping him, doing whatever she could for him. And then he suddenly, a couple of days ago, woke up, came to his senses, and he apparently has been walking around commenting on the difference between the communist state that there was in Poland when he went into his coma, and what is there now, and about the variety of goods in the stores and all this kind of thing. Meeting his grandchildren for the first time. How absolutely lovely. I hope he has a good, long life in front of him. Okay. Do we take a break? Okay, we take a break. We come back shortly.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World. Shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center and 12 French Street, Spanish Town. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is
11 o'clock.
Let's get healthy, yeah. Here we go. Come on, shift to the left, yeah. Shift to the right, with chiffon. Spreads real easy, cooked up right, baked fluffy and light. Shift to chiffon. Spread it on now, and rich with vitamins, tastes real good. No cholesterol, no trans fat.
No cholesterol, no trans fat. Shift to chiffon.
Freshly made, every day, keeping healthy the chiffon way. Chiffon. One more time.
Shift to chiffon.
Shift to great flavor. Shift to great taste. Now available, chiffon low fat. Chiffon margarine made by Stepprod must be good, yeah.
Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart. Don't settle for high prices and limited variety. Megamart has a wide selection of groceries, freshly baked goods, household items and appliances, furniture, clothing, and much more. You can also dine in or out at our food court and fill your prescription at our pharmacy while you shop. We're open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart, Portmore and Kingston. Megamart, the best value by far.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
Hi, Mutty.
Yes, sir.
Daryl Vaz.
Oh, Mr. Vaz, how are you?
Why not good at all? Not good at all.
Yes? What happened? Your people let you down? They didn't come out to your meetings yesterday?
No, man, the meeting we passed that already, Mutty. We're having some serious problems in Portland this morning with the demonstration over roads. The bus operators and taxi operators had a demonstration in St. Margaret's Bay. I don't know if you saw the Observer this weekend, but it was a road of shame.
The road of shame?
Yeah, that the Observer does from time to time. And that seemed to have sparked off the operators who had a massive but peaceful roadblock this morning. I got down there at about 8:30, and they refused to move the roadblock until such time as somebody from the NWA came and told them what the situation was.
Yes.
After about an hour and a half, I was able to appeal to them to release the roadblock because the CXC, as you know, starts today.
Oh, is that so?
So I pleaded with them, but while there, the word got around the parish of Portland, and what has happened is that they have had roadblocks all over the entire parish, from Hector's River all the way back to Buff Bay. I'm now at Black Hill, and it is a massive roadblock down here again.
On Black Hill itself?
At the bottom of Black Hill, because, you know, Orange Bay Road there is in a deplorable condition.
Oh, hell.
But, you know, I've been speaking about it, Mutty, but the problem that we face is twofold. The North Coast Highway, which has come from Windsor Castle to Buff Bay.
Yes.
The temporary road facility that they have provided there is unacceptable because it is as bad as the regular roads. Then on the other hand, the people from Orange Bay to Port Antonio going back to Hector's River can't wait on North Coast Highway to get to them because there will be no vehicles left by that time. Because as I said to you before, this is the worst road, major thoroughfare in Jamaica, bar none. And I challenge anybody. I have given them my assurance that I'm going to request a meeting with the North Coast Highway, the minister, and the other community groups and political representatives, because based on what's happening here now, they have been tolerant for a long time, and it seems as if their fuse has blown, because the level of roadblocks that I'm seeing here that are just coming up all over the place is a disaster for the parish, which is already a disaster. People can't get in or out, not only today with the roadblocks, but regularly, because it is so stressful to drive on these roads.
Yes.
So it is a major, major problem, and I really am calling on the Minister of Transport and the NWA to get together from today and find a solution to tell the people of Portland, or else it is going to have continued effects in the coming weeks, because this is not a political situation. It is the people of Portland, taxi operators and everybody, everywhere thinking Portlander is supporting this, because they have to suffer it day by day.
Oh boy.
So I don't know. I'm trying my utmost best, but they don't want to hear from me. What they really want to see is the government agencies and government ministers.
Yes.
Because that's who they want to talk to. But it's not a pretty scene here, I can tell you. And it's getting worse.
And it's stretching, you say, from...
As we speak, it's from East Portland, from Hector's River, Long Road, and Chovy.
From Hector's River?
Yes. And I just was able to clear St. Margaret's Bay, and I'm now at the bottom of Black Hill, heading towards the Buff Bay side.
Yes.
But I don't need to tell you about the roads down here, Mutty. People, it's not only damaging people's vehicles, but their health. Because there's a lot of stress-related illnesses, and also a lot of back and neck problems. Because the people just cannot continue to ply this route. The police have been excellent. They are sympathetic, but trying to keep law and order. But they too suffer the same plight every day.
Yes.
So it's a major, major concern where the people of Portland have decided they're not taking it anymore.
Yes, well, the question is the government going to be able to do anything about it?
Well, I can tell you much. My undertaking to the people is, if I don't get that meeting this week, based on the assurance that I gave them, to tell them to say, listen, allow the people to get through the roadblock, then there's not more I can do, because I can't make my word and my integrity go down, and I'll have to lend support to any further action that are going to be taken if there's no response to the situation. The people of Portland have been speaking, not for years, but for decades. And the roads are there for everybody to see.
Yes,
so anything
sir.
that you can do to assist this process, I'd appreciate.
All right, I don't know what it is that I could do, but...
Well, if you can get in touch with the NWA, the police tell me that up to 15 minutes ago, Mr. Stephen Shaw was supposed to get back in touch with them to tell them what is in train for Portland.
Yes.
And up to now, that call can't come through. And so the police can't speak to the people either because they want to hear what is going to be done about their situation.
Yes.
And if you look back at the Observer on Saturday, you'll see the road has changed for the week, which is St. Margaret's Bay Road.
Uh-huh.
So, Mutty, I can only do what I can do here, and I'm trying my best.
All right, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I wonder how soon this is going to be replicated elsewhere. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Huh?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Not too bad. How are you?
Fine, thank you. I have a problem. I've been listening to Mr. Shen Young's case, and I even bought his book. But I don't know who were his lawyers in Jamaica. I got a paper on Friday, and it said there was Mr. Abe Dabdul and his son, and they were instructed by Mr. Clough,
Uh-huh.
and Roderick Gordon was in it, and there was Hart, Fatta, Muirhead, and Mr. Colin George.
Uh-huh.
But was there disclosure in Jamaica by his lawyers of anything?
Of anything like what?
Of the case of what now the United States people are bringing up? I'm not quite clear on the matter, but I lost money in the 80s, 90s.
Uh-huh.
So I need to understand what happened to the Jamaican lawyers. Did they persist this thing?
Well, I'll tell you something. I believe that, I am not sure, but I suspect that Mr. Dabdoob withdrew from the case when it was decided that, well, I don't know. Let me not say it because I don't quite, but he's no longer, well, I don't know. I really don't know. But the lawyers who were handling it up until recently was the firm to which Mr. George...
Hart, Fatta, Muirhead?
Eh?
Hart,
Yes.
Fatta, Muirhead?
They were involved in it until recently.
But Mr. Dabdul's son was also involved in it. Jalal or something like that.
Yes, I'm not sure.
Is there any way you could look into Mr. Perkins?
Yes, okay, I
Because
tried.
my father lost money in that period. And
He
died.
lost money.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
In
In that bank.
Yes.
I
And he
see.
died. He and his wife died because
Yes.
the savings were lost.
Uh-huh.
So it's of interest to me.
Oh, in what sense?
Well, I'd like to know if the money was taken fairly or unfairly.
Uh-huh.
If it was a political matter or Mr. Man just misdid the bank.
Uh-huh. Well, I don't know what evidence there is.
I have been listening to your program. I've listened to American people. I've bought the book. I've given the book away as presents, and now I don't understand anything about what is happening to the Jamaican thing as far as the disclosure went on.
Yes.
And what part Mr. Dabdul played, because I understand he played a part.
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir.
And he was at one point represented.
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
And I'd like to hear some more on it. I'm
Yes.
also confused about this lady, Miss McCalla. I know nothing at all about her, the new Chief Justice.
Uh-huh.
Is there going to be any media press on it? Is they going to tell us how she was selected? From a field of how many?
Well, how she was selected?
Or from a field of how many?
No. She was just selected, as I understand it, out of the... Well, initially, we heard that the Prime Minister had selected Mr. Hilton.
Mm-hmm.
And then we heard certain things coming up about Mr. Hilton and the Chen Yong case.
Yes, sir.
And then we heard that Mr. Dabdoob had withdrawn. Not Mr. Dabdoob, Mr. Hilton had withdrawn. Right? And then we heard that the Prime Minister had nominated Mrs. McCalla.
On what advice? Or did she say eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and then Mr. McCalla came up?
No. The Prime Minister, as the Constitution lays out, lays down, the Prime Minister, the Chief Justice is appointed by the Governor General on the advice of the Prime Minister after consultations with the Leader of the Opposition. So the Prime Minister is obliged to consult with to have discussions about the appointment with the Leader of the Opposition, but is not obliged to take into account anything that the Leader of the Opposition says on the matter. And so far as we know, the Prime Minister can, be lying down in her bed and say, Mrs. McCullough, why not? Yes, I'm going to appoint Mrs. McCullough. Or can appoint her because she's a woman, or for any other reason, right? And this is not just Mrs. McCullough. I mean, she was going to appoint, apparently, Mr. Hilton. And the same considerations apply there.
Well, so we don't have...
But I gather she got advice.
From whom? And did...
Well, she got advice on the issue of Mr. Hilton.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Hilton's appointment.
Yes.
And she was advised to not to go down that road because of the Chen Young case.
Well, this reminds me now of what happens at the racetrack. Coming in is one man, and then all of a sudden overtaken by McCullough. I don't know where McCullough coming from, but she just passed the post, and there it is now. There it is, McCullough is in the race.
That's how it's done. That's how the Chief Justice is appointed.
But this is rubbish then.
And it is a measure of the extent to which we have been betrayed by our leaders in the creation of a Jamaican constitution. Right?
Yes.
I mean, for that to have been a provision of the Constitution, really, especially when a man like Norman Manley, who was a distinguished lawyer, and there were others around him. I mean, well, but he's not a lawyer. He was there.
And he was there in the 80s, why didn't he do something about it at that time?
And he was,
when he had the majority, why didn't he do something about it?
Well, but I don't know what he could have done then. But the Constitution was prepared prior to 1962, you see. Mm-hmm. The Norman Manley government was in office then.
Well, I feel that
while it was being done,
I feel that the people of Jamaica should vote for Mr. Golan, even if since he has promised to change some of these constitutional issues.
Well, I don't know about that one. I've been hearing a lot about it recently. Anyway, thank you very much. All the best to you.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, Tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is
11:16.
When it comes to top quality, when you want great taste, find food for your family with Eve on your plate. Get value for your money, top quality, great taste. Find food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve Foods, lots of nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Find food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve, the first family of fine foods.
Yes! Jamaica Popular Song Evolution Tour. Logie, the 10 finalists are coming to your parish. See them live and vote for the favorite. First up, Woolmer on Saturday, May 26th. Then Clarendon on Saturday, June 2nd. And Hanover on Friday, June 8th. The Evolution Show free. Make sure that they're there. Brought to you by Judicial, the official mobile network for Festival 2K7. Taste it, CBM TV, Jamaica Trade and Invest, and the PSDP. Jamaica Observer, RETV, X-News. Check out the Observer for details. Jamaica Festival 2K7. Take it to another level. Deeper to that. Yo!
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good morning,
Hi,
sir.
Wilmot, David Wonken here.
Oh, Mr. Wonken, how are you?
Not too bad.
I heard you on a television program last night, All Angles.
Right.
Making some profoundly important points, of which there was a dearth on the program generally.
Not sure exactly what the reference is to Wilmot.
Well, I don't know. One of them I heard was that what is important are not the judges and the courts, but the people.
Absolutely.
Yes. That tends to be overlooked, you know.
I think so, Wilmot. The truth of it is that sometimes I think in Jamaica, or too often in Jamaica, lawyers and the courts don't serve the interest of people, and they end up chasing themselves. They end up serving themselves.
Yes.
So that you get tied up with form a lot of times, and no substance, and you lose sight of your purpose of being. The reference that you're making and that I intended was that it's not the Chief Justice, it's not the judges, and it's not the court that is important in this process of selecting your CJ. It really is the people. If you lose sight of the fact that it's the people that you're serving,
yes,
then I think you're in big trouble.
But I think that is a general problem of government in this country.
I think so too. I think government has lost sight of the fact that it's people that they exist to serve. And you see it every day. I mean, politicians have been raised on a pedestal. They create laws to protect themselves. They create waivers to benefit themselves.
They name everything after themselves, as the Gleaner was pointing out in its editorial today.
Yes, which is a practice that makes you feel that they somehow are trying to justify their own existence. Or
they are overburdened with a sense of their own importance.
Absolutely. I mean, a Portia Simpson Square. If that's what she needs to remember herself, or to be remembered, then she would have failed entirely in her purpose. And that's true not just of her. There are many, many, many incidences or examples of that.
Yes.
And it seems to me, on that point, it seems to me that you'll only find this kind of thing happening in a third world country.
Yes.
It's I guess an attempt to create your own heroes and heroines.
Yes, I wonder, as you talk about it, what is it that has been named after Mr. Bush in the United States? Or even his father, or Mr. Reagan, or whatever. What after, Margaret Thatcher or whomever in Britain? But these in a place like Jamaica, and I'm not even sure that you find much of that in Barbados or even Trinidad. But here in Jamaica, I mean, everything is named. And you know, one of the interesting things, right? Every recent politician has something named after him almost.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You ever heard of a man named T.P. Lecky?
He was a scientist, I think.
He was, yes, he was a...
He created the Red Bull.
He created the Jamaica Hope.
Hope, right? That's right.
Right? Mm-hmm. The first tropically adapted breed of dairy cattle in the world. Mm-hmm. Right? And they've been dying for years. They're breeding them in South America. They're, buying out of Jamaica and breeding them, right? He created the Jamaica, in addition to the Jamaica Hope, the Jamaica Blacks, the Jamaica Reds, and Jamaica Brahmin, right? You know of anything that is named after T.P. Lecky?
No.
Eh?
No. In fact, there's very little that's named after anyone who's not a politician.
Eh?
I said there's very little
yes.
that has been named after anyone who's
yes.
not a politician.
Uh-huh. But can you imagine a Jamaican scientist who bred and dairy cattle? Well, the first tropically adapted breed of dairy cattle in the world. Mm-hmm. That was T.P. Lecky's achievement, and nobody hear anything about him.
It's a shame.
Eh?
It's a shame.
Well, it just goes to show you that our focus is not upon what is important, right? But upon trivia. Okay.
Wilmot, I just want to make it clear that the Prime Minister, in appointing the Chief Justice,
yes,
has done it, as far as I can see, in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution.
Absolutely, yes.
But what I'm advocating and what Jamaicans of Justice are saying is that is a erroneous way of doing things.
Uh-huh.
That is a way of doing things that Jamaica has long ago passed, or should have passed.
Uh-huh.
That we no longer can do things in this fashion, and that there is serious need for reform in this area.
But you know, Mr. Wonken, there is serious need for reform in almost every aspect of the Constitution.
The Constitution needs to be rewritten.
Yes.
And it's going to take an effort to do it.
Uh-huh.
But you have to start with the political will. And
yes, but
political will won't happen unless people impose it on
one of the problems of that? Mr. Bruce Golding was talking about constitutional reform, about separation of powers, and it seems to me that is the route to go. Right?
I believe it has to be.
Yes.
However, you accomplish that. So
yes.
People say, boy, that they don't like the American way for one reason or another.
Well, I tell you something. What is those who don't like the American way? What is the reason? Why don't they like it?
Well, they give you all kinds of reasons. That
such as what?
Well, Wilmot, I tell you the truth. Sometimes it's a lot of emotion.
Uh-huh.
But they speak about gridlock. I'm not sure that half of them understand what gridlock
yes.
is. And gridlock is not necessarily a bad thing, as we've seen in the United States.
Of course not.
It forces the president to do things.
Yes.
So, gridlock is not, in my view, a bad thing.
Well, I can think of some laws that have been passed in Jamaica.
That you wish there was.
That I wish there had been some gridlock over.
Yeah.
I mean, the law, for example, that that law that was passed back in 1974, that allowed you remember the gun court legislation, right? That is one example of it.
But that legislation brought into being the gun court.
Yes.
Which still exists.
Was red because it was red?
Yeah, but the thing is that trials are conducted in secret.
Yes, indeed.
By judge alone.
Back to the days of the Star Chamber Court.
That continues until today in Wilmot.
Absolutely.
And why the lawyers allow that, and I'm an attorney.
Yes.
But why lawyers allow that is completely beyond me. And when you look at the present government's cabinet, there's an abundance of attorneys in there,
Yes.
there are a lot of lawyers who make up the cabinet.
But you know why that was considered? Because the persons who were going to be tried in the gun court were going to come largely from among the barrack types, the niggers, And I keep saying on this program, sir, that our minds are riveted to the paradigm of the plantation. Some people live in great houses and they have rights.
Yes.
Others live in the barracks and they are scarcely human.
And Wilmot,
right?
if people stop and think about what would cause a Bob Marley to craft a song about mental slavery.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, just the thought process.
Well, I think it comes.
Those lyrics.
I think those words come originally from Marcus Garvey.
Well, I don't know.
I think so. Yes.
But it says a lot.
Yes.
About your society.
Well, the British Parliament would pass a law way back in the 1830s to put an end to slavery as a legal institution. Mm-hmm. Right? They couldn't pass a law abolishing slavery as a mental attitude on the part of the slaves.
That's right.
And their descendants.
That's right.
Right? And that is what remains with us.
And this goes really back to the comments that I made on that television show that you referred to.
Yes.
I think until laws, and it's very profound, Wilmot.
Uh-huh.
Until our parliamentarian or member of parliament represents the interest of his constituents and his constituents alone.
Yes.
Rather than representing the Prime Minister and his constituents.
Yes.
I
don't think he represents the Prime Minister. He represents the Prime Minister.
He can't serve two functions.
Or the leader of the opposition.
Right.
He doesn't represent his constituents.
Until we can get that member of parliament only representing his constituency, you will never get just laws in this country.
Absolutely.
Because there's nobody.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Researchers at the University of Carolina Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is
11:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about Independent Living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. On the local weather scene, today will be mainly sunny except for isolated afternoon showers, mainly over hilly areas. Tonight is expected to be mainly fair. For the next 3 days, look for mainly sunny and windy conditions during the days and mainly fair conditions at nights. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
Smells great. Tastes tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and a raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited. 27 East Street, Old Harbor. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you, sir.
I'm here.
Yes. The thing about, in the United States, member of the House of Representatives or member of the Senate knows that all he has to do is make sure that the people of his constituency feel well represented by him, right? And are supporting him. And he can always defy the president or the leader of his party, right? And as long as he's seen by the people to be standing up for what is of importance to them, he's safe.
Well, and of course, a congressman can't become a secretary of state. Can't become what is in Jamaica the equivalent of a minister.
No. Well, you see, that is the problem in Jamaica.
That's right.
That's the problem in Jamaica. Because however much you hear people talking about, separation of powers, the people who are running as candidates for the party, they want to end up, every one of them, his ambition is to end up in the cabinet.
That's right.
Right? And with the kind of system that you have in the United States, they will be members of parliament, not cabinet members.
That's right.
Right? The cabinet will come from outside.
From outside.
Yes.
And what you're doing, that to me is vitally important, is then you're going out shopping for the best talent that there is available.
Yes.
Not for the most popular person who can win an election.
Absolutely.
So you're ensuring yourself that you can afford to bring into your cabinet the very best talent, regardless of political affiliation. Although, it's likely that you're going to pick people who are...
But the effect of all this is that in the United States, the Prime Minister of Jamaica has more power
than the President.
Than the President of the United States has.
Yeah.
The President of the United States cannot name a judge. Cannot appoint a judge. He can nominate. But that nomination has to be considered by the Senate, but first of all, a committee of the Senate that examines the candidate quite openly.
As in terms of character?
Whatever.
In terms of
any relevant matter.
In terms of professional ability.
Yes. And if you have information about that person that suggests that he would be unfit to hold that office, go and tell the Senate committee. They'll have you on television giving that information, right?
And Wilmot, there was suggested on the same program that may act as a dampening effect for people coming forward.
But why?
That's nonsense. If it in fact is going to persuade people not to put themselves up, then they ought not to be there in the first place.
Precisely. Yes. But the thing is this, that we have no way of knowing that when the Prime Minister makes a decision to appoint this one or that one, that it is done on the basis of the public interest.
I tell you something better, and it's really a sad thing. Justice Zayla McCallum may well be a phenomenally good Chief Justice.
Very possible.
And I really and truly hope that she turns out to be that.
Yes.
It's a process that needs criticism and needs changing.
Yes.
We can't take a chance that the Prime Minister's judgment, her sole discretion,
absolutely,
is going to be the correct choice. She didn't even consult with the Bar Association.
Yes.
And to me, that's a ridiculous position. That's a ridiculous position. And it's utter nonsense to say, but it's in consultation with the leader of the opposition. He may not know. He may not know.
Yes.
And in any event, she doesn't have to take his consultation
advice
to heart.
No.
She can completely disregard it.
Absolutely.
So it really is a nonsense, and it's high time that Jamaican people demand it better.
Absolutely.
And it's high time that we stop saying as a people that, a Jamaica this, a so it go. That's nonsense.
Yes.
Jamaica is paradise if we choose it to be.
We need to have some self-respect as a people. Right?
Now, question, Wilmot. I wanted to take the opportunity, to discuss with you again this Woolmer case.
Yes.
And I want at this point, at the outset of this, to say that I've acted in a legal capacity for DCP Shields before now. There's no legal representation as far as the Woolmer case goes.
Yes.
So, I'm not speaking as his attorney in this regard, but just so that we're completely open.
Yes.
I want to make sure that you understand that I have represented Mark Shields in other legal matters. Not connected with his office.
Yes.
I've read excerpts from I think it's a British Mirror, regarding the findings, and it seems now pretty clear that Bob Woolmer may not have been murdered.
Yes.
Okay. And I hear it being said that the police are going to be severely embarrassed.
Yes.
I think Jamaica is embarrassed. But I'm still missing something when I hear assertions that the police are going to be embarrassed. This is a significant, high-profile death. It's been 2.5 months since Bob Woolmer died. The police got forensic information from the senior pathologist that said this was death by manual strangulation.
Yes.
I don't know that they had a choice but to investigate it as a murder. They have gotten at least one other forensic report from a first world country, and if the reports are to be believed, they're going to get another or already have another.
Yes.
That says something about our police. It says something about the professionalism of our police. It says that they're not prepared just to take evidence from the forensic lab when other evidence is saying, no, you're not right. And what I understand is that the crime scene didn't add up to murder. And for that reason, the second and the third opinion were sought.
But then before, even while having such doubts then, Mr. Shields was at the press conference. He called a number of press conferences. And in one, he told us that the results of the postmortem were inconclusive. Then in another, that they gave rise to suspicion within a matter of hours. Then in a third, the following day, that it was murder. Right? I mean, if he felt uncertain about this, and to the point where he sought advice from abroad, then he should have kept his mouth shut and not...
Well, I tell you what, that's something that maybe Mark Shields can answer for you. I really don't know the answer to that.
Yes.
But I would be really, really surprised, Wilmot, if the press conferences were the dictates of a one-man decision. I rather doubt that. Knowing DCP Shields as I do,
well,
he's very cautious.
He is very cautious?
He's very cautious. Notwithstanding the many, many TV appearances, he's very cautious.
But then the thing is this, that I agree with you that the whole thing cannot be laid at the feet of the police, right? But one has to see it as indicative of serious defects in the investigative process in Jamaica.
No question about
that. And when what is happening here with Woolmer is not peculiar, right? There are large numbers of murders committed in this country every year, sir.
Yeah.
That come nowhere near to being solved.
No, but you know what?
Right?
What bothers me more, Wilmot? And forgive me if it sounds like a bleeding heart liberal.
Yes.
I'm worried about the innocent people.
Yes.
Who've been convicted.
Thank you very much. Oh yes.
That's what bothers me.
Absolutely.
Wilmot, let me be criticized for saying this. I prefer that
the guilty escape rather than that the innocent be convicted.
Than one innocent man be convicted.
Well, that is a principle laid down in law for a long time.
Let me be criticized for that, Wilmot. The Jamaicans for Justice have been criticizing the forensic resources of this country.
Yes.
For years and years and years. You remember Dr. Clifford?
Yes.
Sometimes postmortems would be performed in his funeral parlor.
Yes.
Spanish Town.
And sometimes they wouldn't be performed if they weren't in his funeral parlor.
There was a gentleman, a doctor, internationally renowned pathologist.
Yes.
You might remember him, Dr. Peter Lett. He came down to do the Britain.
Yes.
You remember that one?
Yes.
He came down to do Britain. And you remember how compelling his forensic report was?
Yes.
About youngsters being shot at close range?
Yes, Yes.
And in some instances, it indicated that the youngsters were on their knees when shot?
Yes. Absolutely.
And the criticism, his report was so damning of the Jamaican forensic facilities. That report, Wilmot, didn't stay with Jamaicans for Justice, It went to the Ministry of National Security.
Hold on just a moment.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is
11:45.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
The most convenient way to fill prescriptions and shop at the same time is at the Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, centrally located in Halfway Tree. Telephone 929-6366. Open 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. weekdays and also opened on Sundays and public holidays.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. On the local weather scene, today will be mainly sunny except for isolated afternoon showers, mainly over hilly areas. Tonight is expected to be mainly fair. For the next 3 days, look for mainly sunny and windy conditions during the days and mainly fair conditions at nights. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
Did you know that Jamaica's leading distributor of ball and roller bearings is in fact Bearings and Accessories Limited, located at 83 Harbour Street? They stock the widest range of bearings and other industrial products, such as oil seals, mechanical packing, conveyor belting, V-belts, pulleys, chains and sprockets, and more. Bearings and Accessories Limited has been in business since 1959 and is the sole representative in Jamaica of such choice-preferred brand name manufacturers such as SKF, Timken, Torrington, Cooper and Seal Master Bearings, Dupree Conveyor Belting, and Sepco Sealing Products. Bearings and Accessories is now stocking and proud to offer high-quality Timken greases for both auto and industrial type bearings. Visit them at 83 Harbour Street, Kingston, with available parking, or call 922-1950 or 922-5901.
J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Barnett Street and shop number 3, Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Barnett Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday. You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, Mr. Wonken.
I'm here.
You were saying about the report going to the Ministry of National Security.
So it's not as if the Ministry of National Security or the government in general had known of the concerns regarding the poor quality and the poor state of our forensic facilities here.
Yes.
I mean, you can even think of Dr. Poundo, who came in to do the Kroll matter. And to testify in the Sandra Sewell matter.
Yes.
Again, the forensic report criticized heavily that of our local forensic facilities. And in particular, I think Dr. Cheshire by that time had become the senior forensic officer.
Yes.
When you consider, you see, Wilmot, even things like a ballistic machine that had been missing in the island. We didn't have a ballistic machine for years and years and years and years. A simple thing like that. How do you compare bullets from body to firearm?
Yes.
I mean, what could reasonably explain why the government didn't simply go and buy a ballistic machine?
Because the government didn't give a damn.
That's the only conclusion that one can come to.
Yes.
When you consider, for instance, that it's standard practice for the forensic scientist to visit the crime scene. I wonder, I don't know for certain, but it would surprise me if any of our forensic doctors went to visit the crime scene at any of Kroll or Woolmer's case.
We haven't heard of it.
Because if what I'm understanding to be correct, that the Woolmer crime scene didn't add up to murder, and our senior forensic officer is saying it is murder, then you would expect that he would have gone to the crime scene and done some, especially when he's saying inconclusive, suspicious, and then murder. It would be interesting to know whether or not he visited the crime scene.
Well, you know, Mr. Wonken, what is fascinating? Any aspect of public life that you look at in Jamaica today, right, is seriously flawed. You look at the education system, you look at the health system, you look at the public road system, you look at the matter of security.
But Wilmot,
right?
let's just pause here a sec to make it clear, my own feeling, make it very clear. they're in poor condition not because of resources.
Yes.
I do not accept the argument that we do not have the money
That is quite true.
to do these things. These fundamentally important.
We have the money to do other things.
We have money to do cricket.
Yes.
$9 billion?
$9 billion.
If we have the money to do cricket, then we must
We have the money to dump into Air Jamaica.
Yeah.
Right.
So it is disingenuous. In fact, it is outright dishonest
Yes.
to say
We
you
can
do not
overspend
have the money.
40 million US on the Sandals White House.
Yeah.
Right?
What we don't have is two things, Wilmot, and I'm saying it straight out. One, you do not have the political will. And two, things like ballistic machines don't have a pop-off attached to it.
Yes.
And by a pop-off, I'm saying a kickback.
Yes.
That kind of thing does not have a kickback. But everything else does.
And you know, sir, what is important is not that if a man down the road there is murdered, that the police should be able to find the man who did it, put him before the courts, put the evidence, get a conviction. Right? What is important is that any man who makes a damn nuisance of himself, that in a way that affects the interest of those whose interests are paramount in this country, the police can dispatch him.
Yeah.
And he was in a gunfight last night, and they knocked him off.
Yeah.
Right? So what we're interested in is not justice. Right? The state of the courts, the state of the forensic investigative system, all of that tells you that we're not interested in justice.
You know, it is
right?
sad. You know, it is sad, Wilmot. I'm convinced, 100% convinced, that there are far more good policemen than there are bad.
Yes.
I'm convinced there are far more good lawyers than there are bad. I'm convinced there are far more good politicians than there are bad. But if those politicians, if those lawyers, if those policemen do not start to stand up for what is right, and when I say stand up, visibly stand up and be counted, they are going to be tarred with the same brush.
But
And it's beginning to happen, Wilmot. You hear the international criticism.
Mr. Wonken, I put it another way for you. We are all of us, every single one of us, capable of evil and capable of good. Right? Now, which one of those comes out of us is significantly dependent upon the kind of institutional arrangements that exist in our environment.
Yeah.
If you have policemen who are capable of good, policemen who are capable of bad. But if you have those men in a bad police force, that bad police force is going to be seeking to drag the bad out of them rather than the good.
No question about that, Wilmot.
Right? And it happens right abroad in the society.
Yeah.
Right? The people, that man who raped that little 6-year-old girl, or carnally abused her, and murdered her, right? Not long before that, had himself been a little 6-year-old boy, and hadn't been thinking about anything of the kind.
Yeah.
But the social context in which he grew up, right, implanted ideas like those in his mind, and encouraged him to do that kind, and others to go and get guns, and this, that, the other, and so on. Right?
And you know, Wilmot, role models is what this youngster you're talking about is growing up to see.
Yes.
And consequences to his actions. And if there's a hallmark of the last 18 years, Wilmot, is a lack of consequence for bad action.
Yes.
That's where I put the blame.
Yes.
A lack of consequence. We have more laws in Jamaica than you know what to do with, Wilmot. It's not a question of legislation. You hear all of this talk about legislation for proceeds of crime and corruption and all of that will come to naught without consequences.
Look here, do you know a book called Law and Public Opinion in England in the 19th Century?
No, I don't.
By, what the hell is the name of the man? Can't remember his name. But he made a point that Chatham, Lord Chatham,
yes,
was the greatest statesman of his day and generation. And yet there is not a single piece of legislation that stands in his name. And he went on to argue that in those days when Chatham was Prime Minister, William Pitt, Prime Minister of Britain, right? The purpose of Parliament was not to go every day
to make laws.
Change. The law was there.
Yeah.
Everybody knew what the law was, right? And there was, occasionally there would be some matter that had not been foreseen by the law as it existed. And some adjustment had to be made. But the kind of thing that we have in our Parliament, where every 5 minutes we're going to make a new law, right, is ridiculous.
Safe to say, we do need a revamp of the Constitution.
We need a revamp of the Constitution, right?
That's what you need.
But this business of going and making a gun court act, which everybody can now see, there are more illegal guns, illegally possessed guns in Jamaica today than there were when that act was passed.
Yeah. So you know
right?
that didn't work.
There are more murders being committed by using the gun in Jamaica today than when that act was passed.
Yeah.
So why keep it in force?
The other thing, Wilmot, as it comes to my mind, is that it is a lame excuse to say that it's international environment that is causing your country not to have performed or that is creating the crime in your country.
Yes.
That's not good enough.
That is not true.
It is a lie.
That is not true.
It is a lie.
And you know, Mr. Bunkhead, in a country like the United States, you see, that country is notorious for its racism, right? And I think that Jamaica has contributed in a way to that racism. Because if Jamaica, the majority of the people in this country are black people, right? And if we had set about governing ourselves in a way, becoming a kind of Caribbean Singapore, right? You think that when somebody up there says, black people are inferior, that somebody wouldn't say to him, you're talking rubbish, man. Look down there, see a country with black people down there, and look at how well they're doing.
Yeah.
Right?
We could have been a shining example.
We could have been a shining example.
Wilmot,
right?
I know time is up again.
Yes.
Help me with some Latin here. You're a scholar.
Well, I'm not really.
Corruptissima. Republique.
Corruptissima.
Republique.
Republique.
C-A-E.
Hold on a little bit. I have to talk because the news is upon us.
All right.
Okay?
The worse the state, the more the law.
Yes.
The worse the state, the more the law.
Yes.
Wilmot, it was a pleasure.
Thank you very much. All the best to you. News, we'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
Melmac Dental Care specializes in amalgam fillings, composite fillings, root canal therapy, periodontal treatment, dentures, crowns, and bridges. Open every day. Call 929-6704. Melmac Dental Care, 10 to 12 Melmac Avenue. The time by Melmac Dental Care is
12 o'clock.
The Gleaner, Power 106 FM News at noon, is brought to you by Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. 100% wool worsted, hand-stitched suits for an elegant, comfortable fit. And Stewart's Hardware, where the price is right and the customer is first all the time.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry he never have more.
Ricky don't matter top, you come to it. We said the best hardware, you can get it. Where the price is nice and you get advice. The choice could only be Stewart's.
Stewart's Hardware
Hardware and Home Center, Maypen, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon, I'm Stacey Ann Smith with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. We begin this afternoon with reports that a second pathologist has concluded that Pakistan coach Bob Woolmer was not murdered. The Times of London says a Canadian pathologist who reviewed the post-mortem report believes that Mr. Woolmer died of heart failure. His analysis follows another by leading British pathologist, Dr. Nat Carey, who made a similar conclusion. The Jamaica Constabulary Force has been insisting that Mr. Woolmer was murdered, but Deputy Police Commissioner Mark Shields is quoted in the Times as saying the police are now thinking otherwise. Mr. Shields is reported as saying, given the lack of evidence to support the local pathologist, the police have gone out to prove that Mr. Woolmer was not murdered. In the meantime, stories in the international media are also claiming that local pathologist Dr. Ayr Sashire is being forced to resign over the initial post-mortem conclusion. Dr. Sashire concluded that Mr. Woolmer died as a result of asphyxiation due to manual strangulation. The coach was found dead in his room at the Jamaica Pegasus in New Kingston on March 18, the day after Pakistan lost to Ireland in the Cricket World Cup. There were reported traces of vomit in his room, but there were no signs of a struggle. More than 100 taxi and minibus operators plying the Port Antonio to Buff Bay route in Portland stopped working this morning to demonstrate against the bad road conditions. In western Portland, roadblocks were mounted for more than 18 miles from St. Margaret's Bay to Hart Hill, leaving hundreds of students, teachers and other commuters stranded. However, the police have since managed to clear the roadway. In the eastern end of the parish, it was a similar situation with the roadway being blocked from milepost 17 in Long Bay to milepost 21 in Manchaniel. That roadway is not yet cleared. One motorist said he is frustrated with the state of the roads.
We live in a terrible state. Right before me stand, we go up on the next side, come like me need a boat. Teacher fed up, nurse fed up, lawyer fed up, judge fed up, school children fed up, taximan fed up, busman fed up, police fed up, citizen of Jamaica fed up with travel on this road.
Portland taxi operator Anthony Duncan. Earlier this morning, residents blocked the main road from Port Antonio to the Portland-St. Mary border in protest against its condition. Meanwhile, JLP caretaker for Western Portland, Darrell Vaz, is demanding that the government move swiftly to repair the roads. Mr. Vaz says the government has promised that the conditions along the Hope Bay to Port Antonio Road would be improved through the construction of the North Coast Highway. But Mr. Vaz says it's uncertain when this would be done.
I am giving the government 5 days to call a meeting with the North Coast Highway contractor, with the NWA, and with the political representatives to come up with a strategic plan as to how we can make sure that in the short term the roads conditions are improved significantly, or else this thing is going to get out of control because the people have been tolerant to this point.
Mr. Vaz also says many motorists have been incurring significant expenses because of the poor road conditions.
There is no well-thinking person that lives in Portland that would not agree, regardless of what political party you are affiliated with, that these conditions are not only a risk to motor vehicles, but to people's health, because people are suffering from back pain, neck pain, and stress conditions, flying daily to and from work, whether it's from Portland to Buff Bay or Buff Bay to another bay.
JLP caretaker for Western Portland, Darrell Vaz. The Chief Executive Officer of Trinidad Cement Group Limited, TCL, Dr. Rollins Bertrand, is proposing that regional governments begin to build more concrete roads. According to Dr. Bertrand, this would help to preserve some of the infrastructure that are usually severely damaged during heavy rains and hurricanes.
They're solutions that are tried and tested in equally difficult environments such as ours, environments in which people face tornadoes and hurricanes on every year. So we are trying to get the governments to look at the whole question of concrete roads, major infrastructure. You cannot afford to lose your major, roads every time you have heavy rains because of the disruption to your economy. Some have listened to us, others have not.
In the meantime, Dr. Bertrand said TCL, the parent company of Carib Cement, is satisfied with the progress of the expansion of its Kingston-based plant. Under the expansion project, Carib Cement will be adding a 5th kiln and a 5th cement mill at the plant.
You are going to start seeing structures rising out of the ground fairly soon. So far, we've been focusing really on site preparation and foundation, all of the orders. We are now at the point of steel erection. Most of the equipment has arrived, and we are targeting the first quarter of 2008 to commission that plant, and we are well on track.
Chief Executive Officer of Trinidad Cement Group Limited, Rollins Bertrand, speaking this morning on Independent Talk on Power 106. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. It's 7 minutes after 12. A 45-year-old Jamaican who lives in Canada was shot dead by a gunman on Pandora Crescent in Kingston 11 last night. He is Mark Mackenzie of Meeking Drive in Ontario, Canada. The police report that Mr. Mackenzie was in a Suzuki motorcar when he was approached by a man. Following a brief conversation, the man reportedly pulled a gun and opened fire, hitting him. Mr. Mackenzie reportedly died on the spot. The Oterios police in St. Anne have arrested a man in connection with the stabbing death of another in the parish yesterday. The incident reportedly took place at Mile End in Oterios. 54-year-old Whitney Davis was killed in the incident, while 30-year-old Dale Hines is to be charged with murder. The Constabulary Communication Network reports that the two men were in a bar when an argument developed between them. The dispute escalated into a fight, during which a knife was allegedly used to stab Davis. He was pronounced dead at the St. Anne's Bay Hospital. The hearing of the appeal by Olent Corporation and its managing director David Smith against the Financial Services Commission, FSC, resumed in the Supreme Court this morning. Neil Lewis and Janice Lewis of Lufam Investments are also having their appeal heard against the cease and desist orders issued by the FSC last year. The cease and desist orders had instructed Olent and Lufam to desist from conducting securities and investment advice businesses until the requisite licenses had been acquired. On November 3 last year, the court granted a stay of the cease and desist order for Olent on the condition that the company should have no further increase in membership until March this year or until further ordered. The court has since ordered that the condition would continue to apply until the hearings resumed this month. Prime Minister Portia Simpson-Miller last night announced 3 major government projects for Montego Bay during the culmination of her 3-day campaign in Western Jamaica. Addressing thousands of supporters in Sam Sharp Square, Mrs. Simpson-Miller said the Bogue Main Road would be dualized to ease the problem of traffic congestion. The Prime Minister also said the flood-prone North Gully would be improved and that there would be new traffic plans for downtown Montego Bay. The responsibility for the maintenance of the North Gully has been the source of a long-standing dispute between the National Works Agency, NWA, and the St. James Parish Council. However, the Prime Minister says the gully has now been officially placed under the portfolio of the NWA and plans are now in place for its upgrade. In Grenada, industrial action has hit 3 separate government entities as the powerful Technical and Allied Workers Union, the TAWU, called out its members to protest a range of issues. The strike action involves workers at the Grenada Postal Corporation, the National Water and Sewage Authority, and the Grenada Ports Authority. At the Water and Sewage Authority, non-essential workers are reportedly protesting a 5-year delay in an allowance agreement for plumbers, pipe fitters and drivers. The postal workers are protesting the delayed payment of increments which they claim were due for almost 5 years, while at the port, strike action was triggered by a decision by the management to retrench a number of workers. TAWU leader Chester Humphrey has warned that the government can expect more solidarity strikes if the matter affecting the workers were not dealt with speedily. News further afield now. Pakistan's President Pervez Musharraf has signed into immediate effect, measures to increase control over the media. Current regulations related to television have been extended to the internet and mobile phones. Some regulations which determine the persons who are allowed licenses to broadcast in Pakistan have been extended to cover foreign non-governmental organizations. General Musharraf has been highly critical of the media in recent weeks over its coverage of opposition protests. It's reported that he's facing the most serious challenge to his rule from a coalition of opposition parties and groups. Finally, the war crimes trial of former Liberian President Charles Taylor has opened amid dramatic scenes in The Hague, with the accused refusing to attend. Mr. Taylor has claimed that his trial would not be fair because he only had one defense lawyer. The former Liberian president is accused of backing rebels in Sierra Leone who killed and maimed thousands of civilians over 11 years. It's the first case of its kind against a former African leader. Proceedings have been broadcast live on 4 giant screens in Sierra Leone's capital, Freetown. Judge Julia Sebutine reportedly ordered the trial to continue without Mr. Taylor amid intense protests from his lawyer, Karim Khan. And those were the stories making Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The Midday Sports Report is next.
The Gleaner, Power 106 FM News at noon, was brought to you by Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. 100% wool worsted, hand-stitched suits for an elegant, comfortable fit. And Stewart's Hardware, where the price is right and the customer's first all the time.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry he never have more. Ricky don't matter stop you from do it. We say the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, your choice would only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maple Lionel Town and Wool Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
So, who is the lucky bride?
Lucky who? I just pick up my suit from Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor.
From foreign? No! Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor, shop 47 Twin Gates Plaza. Their suits are equivalent to suits from West End London.
But Bespoke Tailor is a Jamaican tailor right a yard. And them have the best tailor-made suits about ya.
Bespoke Tailor? No wonder I thought you were spoken for.
Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor, 926-7587.
Sports, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Time now for your midday sports report on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Bolton Wanderers' Ricardo Gardner will not be available for tomorrow's friendly international against Chile at the National Stadium. Gardner is the second overseas-based player that has turned down the invitation. AIK Stockholm's Kari Stevenson did not accept the invite because he had just resumed full training with his club after suffering a broken arm. Stoke City's Ricardo Fuller, Sheffield United's Luton Shelton, and Miami FC's attacking midfielder Sean Fraser are currently training with the squad at Kirkvine in Manchester. New national senior women's football coach Charles Edwards will stage his first training session with the national squad tomorrow afternoon. The training session will take place at the Stadium East playfield beginning at 3:30. Edwards says the emphasis will be placed on the mental toughness of the team. The team is preparing for the 2007 Pan American Games in Brazil from July 13 to 29. Still on football, the Jamaica Football Federation, JFF, has invited 30 coaches to participate in an Olympic Solidarity coaching course at the University of the West Indies. The course will run from June 11 to 22. FIFA instructor Carlos Buzetti will meet with the participants at the offices of the JFF tomorrow afternoon at 2. Buzetti will make a presentation on the outline of the course. India's cricket board is due to reveal the team's new coach, with Australian Dave Watmore the leading contender. A 7-strong selection panel comprising former cricketers and officials are hoping to make a final decision in a meeting later this afternoon. Reports say other contenders include former South African and current Kent coach Graham Ford and former Indian batting star Gudappa Viswanath. Still on cricket, former champions Manchester and Kingston registered outright victories yesterday as the 5th round of games in the Jamaica Cricket Association Super Cup ended. Manchester carved out a 7-wicket victory over the Jamaica Defence Force at Up Park Camp to lead the standings with 16 points. And Kingston beat Trelawney by an innings and 55 runs at Sabina Park. In the day's other games, St. Elizabeth took first innings points from Kensington at Alpart, and Melbourne achieved first innings from hosts Lucas at Nelson Oval in their rain-affected game. In athletics, Jamaica's 2002 Commonwealth Games champions Michael Blackwood had settled for 3rd place in the 400 metres at the Norwich Union Grand Prix in Glasgow, Scotland yesterday. Blackwood stopped the clock at 45.55 seconds. Gary Kikaya at 45.25 of Congo was a surprise winner ahead of American Xavier Cotter in wet and cold weather conditions. Jamaica achieved 2 other 3rd-place finishes through Siobhan Stoddart, 57.77 in the women's 400 metres hurdles, and Aileen Bailey, 11.46 in the women's 100 metres. 24-year-old American Tiffany Ross Williams won the 400 metres in a time of 55.64. And American Stephanie Durst, 11.43, took the sprint, 100th of a second ahead of Cayman Islands' Sidonie Mothersill. And in tennis, Justin Arden faces the first real test in her chase for a rare French Open hat-trick when she meets arch-rival Serena Williams for a place in the semi-finals tomorrow. The battle between the world number 1 and Williams, the top player in the women's game for years, revives many memories. The players have opposite styles but are equally combative and have fought plenty of matches over the years. The most memorable clash between them was their acrimonious semi-final in 2003, which Anna won in 3 sets on her way to her first triumph in the French capital. Meanwhile, earlier today, defending champion Rafael Nadal hit peak form to see off Australian Leighton Hewitt 6-3, 6-1, 7-6, 7-5 to reach the quarterfinals. The second seed will face fellow Spaniard Carlos Moya in the last 8. And that's your midday sports report on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. Stay tuned now for a word on the weather.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Centre and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carby's Discount Centre, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. On the local weather scene this afternoon, expect mainly sunny and windy conditions. Tonight will be mainly fair. For the next 3 days, expect mainly sunny and windy conditions over most parishes. And that's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Centre and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And car-based discount center Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, a reminder of the main stories. British newspaper reports that a second pathologist has concluded that Pakistan coach Bob Woolmer was not murdered, as the Jamaican police have said. And the newspaper is also claiming that Deputy Police Commissioner Mark Shields has accepted that Mr. Woolmer was not murdered. Hundreds left stranded as numerous Portland taxi and bus operators stop working to protest against bad road conditions. Prime Minister Portia Simpson-Miller announces projects to ease traffic problems in Montego Bay. Trinidad Cement Group's chief executive proposes that regional governments begin to build more concrete roads to withstand hurricane conditions. In Grenada, government workers at 3 agencies take industrial action to protest against a range of issues. And in sports, Bolton Wanderers' Ricardo Gardner to miss friendly international between the Reggae Boys and Chile because his club did not release him. And that's midday news and sports and weather on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be headline news at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Center, I'm Stacey Ann Smith.
Education's important to me. From GSAT to my master's degree, Scotia Bank has the plan for me.
Time flies. Open a Scotia Education Savings or Scotia Education Wealth Plan for your child today. Then watch it grow as fast as they do. The Scotia Education Savings or Wealth Plan also offers scholarships and bursaries annually. Call or visit any Scotiabank branch for details and start your plan today. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. And let's go directly to our telephones. Hello?
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
good.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, sir. How are you?
Boy, Mutty.
You're having demonstrations about the roads in St. Mary?
No, I believe St. Mary people get punch drunk. They have been so faithful to the PNP. Anyway, I've heard some of the people have said, you wait, we're tired of them. Time for a change. That is what I hear the people say.
That would be extraordinary.
Yes, we're tired of them. Bad road, how much bad road, look how we vote for them.
Oh, Lord.
Look how flood out Port Maria and a little fool.
So let me ask you something. They don't love Sister P.
Yes, but them say she can't manage. She love him, but she can't manage. So them say. At least that's what I hear them say.
Oh, Lord.
You know what I mean? We're tired of them. We're tired of the
But
government.
I hear there's a grand meeting in Another Bay the other day.
Oh, I heard that the response to the MP there, Mr. Harry Douglas, was very subdued.
Oh, is that so?
And equally for Mr. Dabdoob, even more subdued.
Oh?
And for Mr. Rod, very subdued.
Oh?
I heard those three, boy, all they tried to get a raise out of the crowd, you know?
Oh,
but
Lord.
then it's a circus. Going back to, remember 1981, 50, all these crowds, it's just a matter of poor people that get money to go drive up and down and drink some beer, and the miserableness of their existence, and they get a little fun there. You know what I mean? And that is the danger. You see, our people have lost their self-respect and self-esteem so much that they allow themselves to be, you know, they keep them poor and poverty. That's when the election coming. They dash a little money give them, you know. And because they're so poor and hungry, they're so glad for the little money. And they catch them, beat them with it, and catch them with the hook. But I detect that there is no well enough of self-esteem and self-respect. I believe they're going to vote them out. They're going to name them out and vote them out.
Well, sir,
You know, it is interesting, Dr. Davis ran a $300 million campaign. It was rumored. And he got 300 votes. I wonder what kind of a $3 billion campaign Mr. Bunting will run down here.
So it cost him
$100
million per vote.
I tell you, you know, speaking of Mr. Omar Davis, his sojourn as finance minister is Jamaica's middle passage, you know, when we're coming from Africa as slaves, because he has put the people in Jamaica in such poverty, such desperation, such debt, that generations yet unborn will be trying to pay off this debt. And to what end? To what end?
Well, I gather, you know,
to
that
what end?
I gather that Dr. Davis is no favorite in Jamaica House.
Oh, I see.
And you see that
Mr. Bunting is
in the offing.
But you see, I can understand Mr. Bunting's desire to keep things going as they are, because this system has been very kind to Mr. Bunting, to capital and credit, to Jamaica money market brokers. You know, there was a movie in America, Barbarians at the Gate, about the killings that they made on the American stock market. I mean to say, what the killing that these security traders made in the Jamaican securities market. I mean, it's comparable to what happened in the New York Stock Exchange there.
Yes.
This system was set up.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Yeah.
My mother say, he going pass my exam because me am brain poor. Mother's poor patty make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Power Patchy is
12:30.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8. As host, Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. Three Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited. Shop 4 to 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DRE Banks Limited for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Centre, Southfield, St. Elizabeth, telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, more parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper, think Paper Place. And Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8, here on Power 106 FM.
What a car, what a price. Now you can get a brand new 2007 Mitsubishi Lancer from Motor Sales at the unbelievable price of $1.65 million while stocks last, with CVT transmission, dual airbags, ABS brakes, and 1.6-liter engine, plus many other features. There'll never be a deal like this again. The 2007 Lancer at Motor Sales. Everybody loves the Lancer. Drive yours home today.
Deposit insurance is a scheme to protect depositors in banks and building societies. And effective July 1, protection for depositors' funds will be increased from the current $300,000 to $600,000 per depositor per institution. For further information, call JDIC, toll-free at 1-888-991-5342.
JDIC, protecting deposits for you and me.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here online.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. I think that some forensic audit should be done on the sojourn of Mr. Omar Davis as the finance minister. And how he wrecked, precipitated, beginning with PJ Patterson with the printing of money. And when they tried to correct it by talking about the mopping up liquidity all over the world. Interest rates of over 50-60%, up to 100%. And imagine we had a law in Jamaica one time so that it's a thing named usury, USURY, to lend money over 20%. And then fly the gate, then bust the gate, and gone up to all them. And what it resulted in? The wrecking of several Jamaican black entrepreneurs.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
The people died. You hear that lady call, you tell her her mother and father died in that precipitous decline of the Jamaican economy. And yet still through it we have some security dealers that came and become billionaires in less than 10 years. Eh?
And they are not connected.
Yes, they're genetically connected. I read the people in certain one year, the assets in the company, $6 billion Jamaican each, $6 billion Jamaican dollars each, in such a short period of time. And what did they create? Any more work for Jamaican people aside themselves?
No.
Eh? And then them float bond and sell out to people's shares to idiots, and I suppose they bought some good United States currency and stashed it away. This thing needs an investigation. What happened?
You know, so there are a lot of things that need investigation, you know.
Yeah.
This Woolmer case is one that seems to need some investigation.
Right.
What has been happening? What the issues in relation to this Chen Young matter?
Exactly.
Needs
serious investigation.
It needs investigation. And I hope we're not going to sit down and allow it to just fade away.
Because, Mutty, probably justice is a honorable man and everything. But I believe that as the people say about justice must not only be done, but be seen to be done.
Yes, manifestly and undoubtedly seen to be done.
If he felt that it was necessary to disclose to the lawyers that he had a connection with Myers, Fletcher, and Gordon, that he should call them in. Isn't that should have told him that he should recuse himself immediately?
I should have thought so.
Eh? There's no question of that, Mutty. Right? And that leads me to another point. This Mr. Sobian, who is the head of our law school, he betrays a sense of haughtiness and a disrespect for the ordinary black people of this country.
You get that impression, sir?
Yes, sir. Listening to him, he does not believe in the American system where we question judges before they are appointed.
Yes.
Oh, because, certain people might not put them themselves, They are too good to be questioned by the poor and on the unwashed. Who needs justice more than the poor? Eh? Who set up these people that they have a little clause to them there that they will set up some tribunal like what is in the Caribbean Court of Justice? It is superior to the English system now, but he doesn't like the American system. Why? The American system, the people are sovereign. But being a disciple, I suppose, of David Court, who said to our Jamaican people to give people justiciable rights would derogate from the sovereignty of Parliament.
Yes.
They have no respect for
that
people
was
in
what
the country.
and he was playing a leading role.
Of course.
In the
drafting of the Jamaica Constitution. It wasn't just Norman Badley. He was there. He was there and he's still here. And he has not apologized to the Jamaican people for that.
Well, he wouldn't see what to apologize for.
I see.
But
I don't think Sorbian should be head of our law school.
Yes.
I think that's a feudal mind that should go back from whence he came.
I don't know.
I don't think that he should be there. And I am proud of Mr. David Wankin. I was so proud of him last night. He was quite good last night. He was very good.
Yes.
And Jamaican people, you are as good as anybody, not because you're poor. Most of them you see up there as big lawyer, big this. They were poor too,
Yes.
And these poor people take their money and educate them. And they come out now hearty and say you can have a say in who is to be your chief.
Some of them, yes, well.
Yes? And another thing, I saw Mr. Siaga wrote an article in Sunday's Glean, and the last paragraph he talk about careful with the freeness. Now let me tell you, Mutty, there is no free education in Jamaica. There is no free hospital services in Jamaica. It's all paid for by the sweat and blood of the Jamaican taxpayer. All of it. Remember, Mutty, when you stayed in that hospital for how much months?
3
months. It was the
months.
taxpayers' money that ran Buff Bay Hospital and all those. But when we got independence, our politicians diverted the funds from that used to keep elementary school free. When I went to elementary school named Donington, I never paid the money. And children stay there, take first, second, and third year examination, which is almost as good as
I went to 2 elementary schools and we never
they
paid
never
any
paid.
money.
When they went to Portmore Hospital, and Anata Bay Hospital,
But you know, sir,
they never paid money.
the central thing that needs to be recognized in this country, right?
Yes.
And it cannot be overstressed,
Yeah.
is that our greatest assets
Is our
are
people.
not bauxite or white sands beaches
Yes.
or any such thing, right?
It's the brain of
Our
our people.
greatest assets in this country, as in other countries,
Yeah.
is our people,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And it is not a matter of whether we can afford to educate our people. We cannot afford not to educate them.
Exactly.
Because the cost of not educating them, as we can see, when you look at all the crime that is going on, right? What is that the result of? People are talking about the police. Policing cannot deal with the problem that we have in this country.
No, themselves need to be educated.
What is happening is that we are taking people who could be great scientists and great all kinds of things and turning them into vicious criminals.
Exactly.
For want of opportunity.
Right. Their existence is brutish, Mutty.
Yes.
And so they have a vengeance against society.
Yes.
They see no future,
That
no
is what
hope.
is happening.
And it's survival of what?
And what we are seeing in terms of murders and other crimes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all the viciousness and the lawlessness that is going on in the country. That is the price that we are paying
I'm not educated
for
and
not
giving them opportunity.
educating and not providing opportunity for our people, right? And if we think that we can more readily afford that than afford the education, well, fine, go ahead.
Yeah, that is what happened. We see the fruits of it today,
Yes.
and it will get worse and worse.
Yes,
but look on
absolutely.
Barbados, Mutty. Remember, you spoke and said before independence, they knew the value of education.
Yes.
And after independence, they put even more stress on education.
Yes.
That if you are brighter, you get a scholarship. Not to just the local universities, but universities abroad. They pay for the people then.
Yes.
Mutty. And Barbados economy. Because it look like a joke.
Absolutely.
And we can't see that, Mutty. And we can't take a conscious decision that these are our children. These are our people. Let us provide the education for them, the hospital care for them, so that they will turn out and make Jamaica the richest little gem in the Caribbean.
We cannot afford not to educate our people, sir.
Yeah.
We cannot afford not to provide decent health care for our people.
We cannot afford it. All right?
We can't afford it.
No,
right?
not at all.
It is costing too much.
Exactly.
And if we would put a little, the resources that are being squandered in places like here, Jamaica and etc. Right? Hotel on the west, down the west there. Right? $40 million US.
World Cup cricket,
World Cup cricket, all this kind of damn nonsense. Right? If that were put into educating our people, we'd all be better off. Right?
I tell you. And another thing, Mutty, I understood that what the Securities Commission in America for was to prevent secrecy in business transactions, that in publicly traded firms, the shareholders them can know exactly what is going on, not to have secrecy. So when Omar Davis come and tell the people of Jamaica that if he tell us what was going on with the sale of Iran, he would be breaking. It's a lie. I challenge him to prove that. And when he tells us again about the sale of Air Jamaica goods to brands there, it's unbelievable. We should know how much Branson bid for it, how much British Airways bid for it, and if it would be better to lease it.
He's upgrading the head of Virgin Atlantic. What's his name, Mr.
Branson, for disclosing
it. If he had not come out and told us, would we at this point know anything about it?
No, Mr. Perkins. It's not Omar Davis Airline. It's not PNP Airline. It's Jamaican people Airline.
Yes.
So why are you hiding it from them?
Well, I don't know.
Why you hide this Miran thing? We need to know, and we need to investigate it when our government change to find out what happened to Houston Electric bid.
You're beginning to sound as if you were reading Miss Dawnrich's article yesterday.
Oh, yes. Oh, dear. But you know, Mutty.
But that is coming from within the Sister P camp, you know.
Yes.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Attention NHD contributors in St. Catherine. Your NHD St. Catherine branch is now at its new offices, Twickenham, near the Hussey Marty School. Remember, your NHD office is now at a new location, Twickenham, St. Catherine. The phone numbers remain the same. The time by the National Housing Trust is
12:45.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel Friday, June 8. As host, Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies for Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree Mandeville. New 4-way pharmacy, drugstore and medical center, shop 47 to 48 Santa Plaza, Santa Cruz. And Burson Educational Services, 134 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. This is best. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8, here on Power 106.
Smell
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and a raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited. 27 East Street, Old Harbor. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
Homeowners, building contractors, visit Epic Hardware for the lowest prices on steam shower houses, shower enclosures, lumber, electrical and plumbing fixtures, and so much more. Epic Hardware, 142 Muirhead Avenue, Denbigh, Maypen. Telephone 986-6170. Epic Hardware, for people who build. You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Yes, I
have to run shortly.
Okay, but all right. One last thing I have to say.
Yes.
Is that civil organization like Jamaicans for Justice, Council for Human Rights,
yes,
State Family Against State Terrorism,
yes,
and the FARC Institute of Public Affairs. We would like them to start some constitutional convention seminars for us to tell the political parties what we would like to be changed in our constitution and to hold them to it.
Yes.
The civil society in this country cannot anymore afford the political parties to divide us into political slaves, Labour Party slaves and PPP.
Some of us tried that some years ago, so I don't know if you remember.
Yes. You know, and we're going to try to ask Mr. Golding when he wins to stay true to separation of powers.
Yes, indeed.
Because it's time we put the people at the center of power in this country.
All right.
Okay, Mutty.
Thank you very much. All the best to you. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, yes. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. Perkins.
That voice sounds familiar.
Yes, it is indeed.
I hope you're not coming to me with any Gestapo techniques,
No, sir, I'm not.
Eh?
Well, I tell you what, really with respect to the road condition between St. Mary and Portland.
Oh, no Gestapo or anything?
Well, I'll tell you something, Mr. Perkins. I don't think in the condition of the road for such a long period is really absolutely deplorable. And that the people have had to resort to road blockage this morning. I kind of have my sympathies, apart from the fact that they have, they've impeded the school children from taking their exams.
Yes. How long has this been the case?
This has been going on now well over a year, into 18 months, right? Now, I have never seen any contract being executed by anybody so woefully deficient in terms of dealing with the public. To get from, say, Port Antonio to Oterias, you're looking at maximum 2 hours. If you try that journey now today, you're talking about 4 to 4.5 hours.
I beg your pardon?
Yes, that is exactly the condition. And every stretch along the road is in a state of, you have a long stretch of road. You do a piece, I'll fix that, and then do another piece, I'll fix that. The whole thing is being dug up, I mean, the whole thing. Well, there's no road here anymore. I mean, not even in the Belgian Congo, you tolerate what is there.
Oh, my God. Well, you, Mr. Ennis, you've been the MP in that area. You haven't asked for something to be done?
Mr. Perkins, it's not for want of asking. It is replete with requests daily, weekly, monthly, and I could almost say yearly now. And you get this usual thing. We have talked to the contractors. Now, you know, I mean, who's responsible? I mean, who's responsible for the people? I mean, you have to see yourself. I can't tell you. I am not able to put into words, and I'm not short of words to describe how deplorable the condition is. And nobody at no part in this island should have been subjected, especially on the main arterial road.
Yes.
The contractors to me, are deficient. They don't know what they're doing.
Oh, God.
And they should be fired off of the job. Because, we've gone as far as the only persons left for us to appeal to now is the European commissioners in Europe. We have gone as far as to the headquarters. They have stated to me personally that it is grant money and, therefore our input is not as great as we think it is.
Yes.
European Union grant monies, and they feel that they can do what they like. I mean...
Well, Mr. Ennis, how did they come to contract, to bring in contractors who were incapable of doing the work?
Well, the point is, you see, the contractors have established a fairly good reputation in doing other works in the Caribbean. So they did the Garden Key and the Montego Bay expansion and the airport expansion work. And they did it very well, they did it in time, and they were very proficient. It seems to me that their experience in road construction is negligent, if not totally absent. And what they're doing to me don't make no sense. It's just... you might have seen an article in the Gleaner some weeks ago, and people have been very tolerant, because people want a road to fix too. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But to execute the contract in the manner that they have done is totally...
Now, which contract is this you're talking about? The North Coast Highway?
The North Coast Highway, the section from Ocherias to
Fort Antonio.
Ferry Hill in Portland.
To Ferry Hill?
Yeah. But in addition to that, too, they are not the only culprit. The Water Commission is also part of the problem. Right?
Yes.
Because they've been digging up the road in Port Antonio and in St. Margaret's Bay and beyond. And they've left it in a similar state. Right? And you see, it's not, you see, the way we conduct, and I was listening to you earlier just now, right? The way we conduct our politics, right? All it really does, is to put up the MPs as scapegoats. But they have very little say.
Absolutely.
In what happens.
You are absolutely right on that.
All we are is the people to get the blame for other people's inefficiencies.
Yes.
Right? And we don't have no say in what projects are implemented, what projects are approved. We don't say how it is approved. We have very little, but yes, the public holds us totally responsible for the execution of what is happening.
Yes.
And it really is a serious constitutional problem, and I laid out before. And my own view is that you have to get not only the political parties, but you have to get civil society in all its conundrum in terms of NGOs, in terms of the community councils, in terms of a lot of other people involved in the governance of the country.
Yes.
You have to remove this so-called fallacy that the MP does, and the MP this and the MP that, right? And the executive body has got to be held responsible. It's a difficult thing for you, as a member of parliament, having to be muted because you don't want to appear to be disloyal.
Yes.
It's very difficult, and if you have the courage to say what you have to say, then you are drummed out of this thing almost,
Well, I know some people had the courage to talk about Gestapo tactics. I don't know that I don't know that they have been drummed out of
Well,
it.
you know, it's a heavy burden, you know, mister. It's a heavy burden all the while, you know.
Yes.
It's a bit constant out there. Yeah, you become like a strange creature after a while.
Yes.
You know, you're deemed as not a team player, and not this, and you know, a wild card and all these kind of things, you know. But it really is abominable that we ever.
But that tells you something about the nature of our constitutional arrangements.
It does, and I think I intend to speak about this very shortly. But you know, the major thing is that we have not yet devised what I'd call it, a operational political philosophy that suits our own condition. I mean, all this thing about Westminster thing, I don't buy no cake. We have certain conditions whereby the people have to have a greater say in what happens, right?
Yes.
The political representative have to be the custodians of the people.
What you want is a system that creates a greater opportunity for bonding between the MP and his people.
Precisely.
And you want the MP to know that as long as he is serving his people and his people are with him, then he can go to Parliament and say whatever he likes and demand.
But you see, you see, we have a problem here. The MPs ought to be the ones who ensure the operations of the system, whether it be the executive or the state machine.
Yes.
Right? You can't have the MP muted, right? Because the state is not working.
Yes.
The executive is not performing, and the MP can't do anything about it because he'll be disloyal if he does so.
Yes.
You know, and this is a serious problem. I think the essential difference we say even between us and the American system is that the state senators, they have a responsibility to the people who elect them.
Who elected them.
And they have to defend that responsibility.
Absolutely.
You know,
and as long as they defend that responsibility, they are cool. They don't have a problem.
Precisely, you know, and what
they can tell the president to go to hell.
You know, what happened here, you know, and not only that, when you look at it, what is important to the people? What happens in their community?
Yes.
In their parishes?
Yes.
Not what happens in town or in Kingston or in London or in Washington. Government is really local government. Where people have a right, you know, to...
Well, I would say that people also have an interest in the economy and how well it works and what opportunities it provides them with and so on.
That's true. Well, that aspect of it, you know, it resides in the executive. And the executive must have checks and balances.
But if the MPs had the power, they could also demand of the executive that they do something about this?
Well, yes, that is what is part of the deficiency in our system. In that when it comes down to it, the non-executive members of the House are nothing but applauding chamber.
Yes.
Right? You either curse or you applaud.
Yes.
Right? But you really have no function there.
Hold on just a moment for me, please, Mr. Ennis.
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now 1 o'clock.
Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart. Don't settle for high prices and limited variety. Megamart has a wide selection of groceries, freshly baked goods, household items and appliances, furniture, clothing, and much more. You can also dine in or out at our food court and fill your prescription at our pharmacy while you shop. We're open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart, Portmore and Kingston. Megamart, the best value by far.
Feeling and it's so easy to tell.
From day one, Judicial give me real value. $8 Judicial to Judicial rate.
3 Judicial points to buy a new phone when I add credit or when I pay my bill.
Judicial is the first company to give free credit. $100 every month.
Signal, them have the whole island covered.
And with the best customer service 24/7, they make me feel like I am number one.
I'm number one.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8. As host, Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. Three Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited. Shop 4 to 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DRE Banks Limited for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Centre, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited. More Parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper, think Paper Place. And Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8, here on Power 106 FM.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, Mr. Ennis.
Yes, sir.
Now, are you going to tell me that there is something that is being done about these road conditions in Portland?
Well, we have been, both myself, you know, and I say this from a non-political point of view. I've been in dialogue with Darrell Bard, I've been in dialogue with the Donald Rod and all parties, right? And I've been trying to get some semblance of what I would call temporary relief, because we know while you're in construction, you cannot, but you can at least give us a reasonable, drivable surface. If you want to put some mall and roll it in. You know what I'm saying? But, and we have been promised it time and time again, but we have not seen any action. Now, I find it difficult to describe the actions, the state of the road to you, because, I don't know what words to use. But just give an example. To get from Anota Bay to, let's say, Hope Bay will take you well over an hour and a half.
Anota Bay to Hope Bay?
Yes. Right?
That's 10...
That's 20 miles.
About 20 miles?
Yes. Take you over an hour and a half to traverse that section.
Oh, my God.
Right? That is the kind of situation that we are in. You cannot... If you go below, above 2 or 3 miles an hour, you're going to mash up your vehicle. That is how bad it is.
Oh, my God.
You literally have to roll from one concertina to the next concertina to next crater to the next crater, wiggle away around some dirt that is disappearing to the side of the construction that you're not too sure if you and your vehicle will end up in the ditch. It is just abominable. It is not acceptable.
Mr. Ennis, today is the 4th of June.
Yes, sir.
We are 4 days into the hurricane season.
I don't talk about that. I don't want to imagine that. I don't want to imagine anything like a really serious...
No, but if look here, if roads are in that sort of condition, and they get the torrential rains that are likely to come with a hurricane on top of that.
We don't need torrential rain. We just need, an ordinary steady Portland rain where you get rain every day. It's going to be disastrous. If you add that up on top of a torrential and hurricane type things, we can't move. Let me tell you about it is. I traveled it last night and I said to my driver, I am not coming back on this road. I will find a way. or another route. I'm not coming back there because I just, the frustration built by knowing that you have some kind of responsibility.
Yes.
Right? And you are impotent in the face of all this. It really gives a hollow feeling, and it's mockery of our system. And you have and I dare say that the competent authorities have tried. But you can't be in a situation whereby you cannot execute management over a contractor to do as you have asked him to do. He has refused. What they tell me is that they have held back money from the contractor now to do the maintenance. In his contract is money to do the maintenance while the construction is being done. And he has neglected to do it. Right? And I'm sure that these Danes could not execute a similar contract in Denmark or anywhere in Europe the way they're doing it.
Yes.
So
and
the
same
I'm almost tempted to say that it is gross insult to our country to execute the contract in this way.
Yes.
I mean,
my God.
I don't know. I mean, when I'm in a situation where I don't know who to appeal to now. I mean, I suppose I have to appeal to Mutty Perkins if they have more confidence. But, I'm saying this to make the people know, that
how frustrating.
we have tried, but we're just not getting anywhere.
Mr. Edis, tell me something. Why have you decided to walk out of politics?
It's difficult to contribute to your own impotence, After a while, you recognize that it's a game that don't make sense,
Yes.
If you are, I think 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 people might find it useful and sensible, but I find that, you see, the thing is, you don't enter politics, you don't license to be an idiot, when you enter politics, It's difficult sometimes to accept some of the things without saying what you feel to say, right? And when you do say it, you come into a whole heap of opposition. I mean, even your opponents will oppose you because I feel that you're letting down the system. But I decided to leave because I feel I can do something more constructive for the rest of my life. And also to be more useful because for some strange reason, when you're out of the political game, you seem to have more effect in a lot of ways because people don't see it in terms of a PMP statement or an anti-JLP statement. You can speak in a manner that is really reflective of what needs to be said and what needs to be done. You see, we sometimes engage in who is right or who is wrong rather than
who is
right and what is wrong. And I think we need to, put it this way, we have done some things that I think are admirable. I think there's an emerging thing, if we look at it, an emerging political creed that is emerging that could be used for the time. But we have not sought to bring all of it together in a comprehensive and holistic way as what is best for the Jamaican people.
So you had thought that politics was a sphere in which you could have the opportunity to be useful.
That's right.
And you have found that that is not so.
I found that it has severe limitations, right? And it doesn't go according to what I would call credentials, necessarily, and credentials. It goes on a lot of other factors come into play, a lot of variables, even more important than credentials. You sometimes find yourself not in a position to execute,
And you find it frustrating?
Put it this way, I've been blessed with, I would think, I've been able to be influential in, and to have some influence in, like in this agricultural development strategy that we're executing now. Like the reform of the financial sector, the deliberations on the Bank of Jamaica independence, all this. I've been blessed with in all of that. But so I've had my fair share of successes in terms of, they're not spectacular. People don't know about them, right? They're more or less institutional things and straighten up the system. But by and large, I would say if I look at what I could have done over the same time and I continued in the private sector, I probably would have been better off. You know?
So what? You're going back into the private sector?
Yes, I'm going back into the private sector.
What particular sphere?
Well, you know, I was in management consultancy and project development.
Yes.
And I think I will go back into some of that and do something for myself too, you know. Try and make some money.
Well,
you know.
Good luck to you.
Yeah, man. Thank you very much.
Okay. And thanks.
I would like to make some of what you're making, though, you know.
What I am making? What do you think I'm making?
You? Well, I think you're the most successful radio presenter in probably in the Caribbean.
Oh, is that so?
That's what they say.
The others must be an appalling situation. No, I'm a poor man.
That's all relative.
Eh?
Relative to others, eh?
Well, I mean, you know.
Anyway, God is good. We try.
Yes.
You know, and I know you have tried. But the discourse on, I think we need to heighten the discourse on how do we get a system that really reflects the demands and the needs of and the felt needs of the Jamaican people.
Absolutely.
More accurately.
Absolutely.
You know.
Yes.
That is where we're at now.
A system that serves the people and that, you know, that the people have some control over.
Yeah. You see, we talk about empowerment, but that's a catchphrase, you see?
Yes.
Empowerment means, if you look at it, empowerment means that the person in the Hope Bay or the Hope Bay community or the Buff Bay community can have an impact on the quality of his education, the education of his children in that community.
Yes.
That's what empowerment really means, right? You know, they're like the Alderman system in Britain, right? Where you can have an impact on certain things. You don't have to have an everything, but you have concentric circles of power leading right down to the base of the society.
Yes.
And empowerment means that you must have, you know, another thing that I think you must have. We must start talking about this alleviation and eradication of poverty. That's a whole different mindset, right? What we need to do is develop our mental psyche that says we are creating wealth.
Yes, you are absolutely right.
Wealth is a different thing from eradicating poverty.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes, indeed.
You must get the society in a mode that says everything you do must be towards the creation of wealth. And wealth at the base of the society. Because the base is strong. The people at the base don't care how strong the man at the top is. Right? This is, if you look at the advancement of Britain over the last 20, 40 years, it is the base that has been empowered to become fairly prosperous. And that don't stop rich man from getting super rich. But when the man at the base.
And there is no inconsistency between them.
Precisely. Not at all. Right? Not at all. Because then there is a trajectory or development path whereby with the right application and good sense, you can get from one stage to the next.
Yes.
Right? I mean, if you look at it, a Jamaican man left here in 1950, right? And his brother or sister who remained there and has not moved. If you look at where that man and his family have reached since then, in 50 years, and where the Jamaican has reached, Jamaican is probably at the same position.
Yes.
And that man and his family.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time for the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
116.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel Friday, June 8. As host, Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies for Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree Mandeville. New 4-way pharmacy, drugstore and the medical center, shop 47 to 48 Santa Plaza, Santa Cruz. And Verson Educational Services, 134 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. This is best. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8, here on Power 106.
Tetley Tea Company, Jamaica. Now introducing Tetley Premium Tea, made by blending the finest teas available to give you that smooth, rich flavor. Only Tetley Tea has Tetley Regular, the best-selling tea in Jamaica, now joined by Tetley Premium. Look for the word premium on the blue box in sizes 20s, 40s, and 80s. Available at your favorite supermarkets island-wide. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you, sir.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make here is that there is a certain developmental path that any society should provide. And what you find is that the path in Jamaica is much, much too slow. And time alone will not do it. You could spend 150 years, 200 years. If you haven't got the institutional framework to make people advance from one stage to the next, right? They will remain almost static.
And it should be the primary object of government.
Precisely. And if you look at it, right? If you take somebody at the bottom of our society now, right? Economically and socially, and really do a cost-benefit analysis, say, from the time of the end of slavery until now, he's probably worse off. Probably would have been better off in slavery than he is.
Than in Jamaica today?
Yes,
You think so?
Well, I would think that in terms of, if you look at it, what are the pecuniary and the non-pecuniary income that he receives, right?
Yes.
And all of this kind of thing. You look at it very, very, very coldly. Right?
Yes.
I mean, the guy in Britain, look at his non-pecuniary income. He has good health service, good education service, good transport. He doesn't, I mean, he pays for them in one way or the other, but they are available.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
So that takes, so his income can be directed to his own personal development for the most part. And the children. Right? When you are living in a country where you still don't get water, you still don't get that, you're not too sure about the health service, you're not too sure.
And I keep pointing out that when I was 4 years old, I had a bout of typhoid. Spent 3 months in the Buff Bay Hospital. Never paid my parents, never cost them a penny. Right? And today, that hospital is closed.
Yes. Well, it was closed, and I'm not going to harp. It was closed by another administration, but that's not the point. The point is that the alternative to its closed is no better than what it was before.
Yes.
You understand? Because when it was closed, the argument was that we would have the facilities to mitigate against the problems of closing it.
Yes.
You would have transportation, you would have, high power thing at St. Martin, at Anata Bay.
Or
you understand what I mean? You would have helicopter service to the major hospitals in St. Anne's Bay or Kingston. All these things were there.
Nothing of the sort.
Right, but nothing happened. So it was closed, and the people just had to accept it and move on. Right, I'm not saying there wasn't a good case, because the case that was made for its closure, and many others, is a solid one, that we can't afford the 26 professional disciplines that each hospital carried with so many different hospitals. But if you're going to concentrate those disciplines elsewhere, and provide the wherewithal for people to have access to them, fine. But, that's not really how that works out as well.
Mr. Ennis, tell me something. There's some argument going on now as to whether we can afford to provide better educational opportunities for our children, better health service for our people, right? Some of us would argue that the question is not whether we can afford these things, but whether we can afford not to afford them.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you something. My observation and my thinking is, and I haven't really worked it out completely yet, but that we say that we are a poor society, but I believe that the real issue that we're a society that utilizes our resources poorly.
We utilize our resources poorly.
Poorly, right? And I think if we were more efficient in the utilization of our resources, we would have been in a position to prioritize and to direct our resources in a direction that will maximize the benefits of the people, right? And you see, and if the people are benefiting, they don't mind contributing. But you're contributing and you're not getting the resources that you're not getting the services that you're requiring.
Yes.
This is part of the problem. And these are issues that we have to look at. These are serious issues that we have to look at. And how we, for instance, we have a problem. Let's say we have a problem of corruption in the execution of contracts, for argument's sake.
Yes.
Right? I don't think that I think that you have to look at it very seriously. How is the best way of dealing with this issue? Right? And again, if you add a very deepened democracy, you'll probably find another way. But what you do, you set up a whole bureaucracy now with them. This contractor general and a whole staff, everybody have big car, big job, and that. So every little problem, you take a big sledgehammer to crack a nut. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
We do not look, we do not examine how we can best do things. We just respond to a problem by another institution. And so our public sector becomes larger and larger and larger and larger, costing us a hell of a lot. Take the question of education. It cannot be that you continue to spend 95% of your educational budget on salaries alone. It cannot be.
95%?
Yeah, it cannot be. So the service delivery is only 5%.
Yes.
You understand? Out of how many billions of dollars? It's not that you're not trying. We are one of the best countries in the world in terms of the amount of our budget we spend on education. But it's spent in such a way that you cannot deliver the quality education that you need. A case in point, I have 26 schools in my constituency. And I really have been saying over the years, 26 schools is just far too many. You have to find 26 different administrations, 26 different boards. You just don't have the resources.
Yes.
Look at it differently. Maybe we need 13. Maybe we need school buses.
Yes.
Maybe we need to transport the kids to school rather than every local district or every sub-district, as was done in the colonial period when there was no roads and no transportation and no thing. We haven't re-engineered our society to deal with current day realities.
Yes.
You understand?
And we're not thinking down the road. We're not thinking forward down the road.
You know what I think sometimes? I think that we're afraid to go outside of what was left us. I don't know what I mean by that.
Going on?
We're afraid to think outside of the box.
Yes.
In other words, if the colonial man did do this, then it's the only way it can be done. Right? But if you look at other societies, like your Latin American and your Central American, they have found ways to do things that suits them. Right? As a matter of fact, even our colonial masters, they have jettisoned a lot of things that they had from long time.
Yes.
They said they can't work in today's world. Yeah, I think a society that we should look at very carefully is the New Zealand society. They really stripped their thing down to the barest bone.
Can you tell me why it is that we have never thought of setting the full employment of our people as an objective policy, a prime objective policy?
I think that we have looked at it superficially. I think it's not on. But if you really look at it very seriously, right? If you look at it very deeply and you do the analysis, you'll see that the end result would justify the effort. You know, and this is why I'm saying to you, that you look at the issue of creating wealth rather than eradicating poverty, right? Because that's a different approach to life, to policy. One, you are let me give you an example. If I don't know the extent of the amount of money that we have got from the bauxite levy, but if and when the question is asked, what have we done with the bauxite levy since 1972? Right? It's going to be embarrassing on all our houses, you know, because I believe that money could have gone to, so let's say, the redevelopment of urban areas.
Yes.
You understand? I mean, I'm talking about serious redevelopment.
Well, it could have gone to education.
It could have gone to education. It could have
training,
gone to
healthcare.
Healthcare. In other words, you have a wasting asset like that, and you have received billions and billions. And not only that, by now we should have been the largest shareholder in Alcoa.
Yes.
So we should have taken some of that money and buy shares in Alcoa, getting dividends and having a seat on the board and directing the company's performance in account to what we want. Right? So, I mean, these are some of the issues that I say that we need to look at. Let us look at them differently.
But you didn't raise these issues.
You know what? As I didn't raise them all the way.
Eh?
In Jamaica, it's not what you
And
say.
what was the response
in Jamaica, it's not what you know, saying is who said. You know what?
It's not what you say, it's who said.
It's who said.
I see what you mean.
It's who said. If you don't put the ideas in the right people's mouth for them to say it, it's not going to be heard.
But this is what you were trying to do.
So
what happened?
Well, Mutty, we won't go into that right now. Right? I mean, time will come, people write memoirs and all that kind of thing, and time will come, right?
And you planning to do that?
Yeah, man, you have to record, you have to record it, When you look at our public sector investment program, right? There's a lot more that we could have done with it. I mean, we've done a hell of a lot with it too. I mean, Mark, it's not, as I say, it's not all negative, because if you look at the legislation and the policies that has emerged, although there haven't been a holistic debate done, but if you try and put them together, you will see that there is the possibility of an emerging kind of society that is neither one nor the other, but is suitable to our own cause. That has some compassion about it, right? But if you are not driven by a philosophy, and this is where I am, you have to be driven by a certain ethos. You can't just be hodgepodge. You have to be driven by a certain ethos. Yes. This is where we are, this is where we want to get to, and this is how we're going to get there, and this is how the people are going to benefit from it, and this is how the people are going to be involved with it. All of these things have to be combined together, right? And this is why, I think the competitiveness of our political system, and your MPs, I mean, aspiring MPs, not what I'm going to and what I'm going to. They don't know what I'm talking about, because I'm can't do nothing. You understand?
Yes.
Because the moment they get there, they are the votes from the executive and the state machinery.
Mr. Rennis?
And they become beggars like the rest of us.
We must talk again about this.
Yeah, man, take care.
Okay, I'll give you a call.
Good.
All the best to you. Thank you very much.
Get maximum returns with the COK Wealth Maximizer long-term savings account. It pays excellent returns tax-free. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK. Invest in your future today. And the time by COK is?
1:31.
Discover a difference at Treasure Beach Hotel, an oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. This eco-friendly beachfront resort provides an ambiance of total relaxation, privacy and intimacy, away from the hustle and bustle of commercial life. Treasure Beach Hotel, Treasure Beach, St. Elizabeth, 965-0110. Discover the difference.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8. As host, Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. Three Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited. Shop 4 to 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DRE Banks Limited for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Centre, Southfield, St. Elizabeth, telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, More Parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper, think Paper Place. And Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8, here on Power 106 FM.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. And I'm sure you found that interview with Mr. Errol Ennis, MP for West Portland. Very interesting. Okay, we're going to take some email now.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. Hi, Mr. Perkins. Help, help, help. We, the citizens of Greater Portmore 2 East, are facing serious health issues. The sewage system has not been cleaned for years, and most times the pump does not work. There's always a terrible smell as soon as you enter the 2 East, 53rd to 56th place. The Water Commission or the parish council do not maintain it. Now the rain is falling, it is worse. God help us. Mr. Fitzjackson has been spoken to about this, and his response is that he's working on it. For 15 years since the scheme has been built, and since the first year it's been like this, and he's still working on it.
Working on it.
Mr. Perkins, see if you can help us.
Oh, poor people.
Mr. Perkins, yes, T.P. Leckie was a great man. You asked what was named after him? Well, my alma mater, the College of Agriculture, Science and Education, has, this man said, as a whole. But anyway, as a whole. But I think he means has a hall named after him. But apart from that, and a mural at the airport in Kingston, that's about it.
There's a mural at the airport in Kingston?
Apparently, I don't know, but there's a T.P. Leckie Hall at the College of Agriculture, Science and Education. I mean, they didn't name the college after him. But there's a hall.
Hall.
Mr. Perkins, I'm sending you a copy of a letter that was printed in the Gleaner. The editor, sir. Dear sir, breathalyzer tests are to be reintroduced, says Senior Superintendent of Police Elian Powell, despite the fact that they were introduced in 1955. But the program crashed after the equipment fell into a state of disrepair, as they were not compatible with the Jamaican climate. Sunday Gleaner, yes, Sunday Gleaner, the 3rd, that's yesterday's Gleaner, page A3. Nevertheless, he hopes the new equipment, which fits into patrol cars, will survive better. Regardless whether the measuring alcoholic content of a driver's breath is a reliable method of determining his capacity to drive a vehicle safely, the good superintendent's own figures published in your article seem to suggest that the earlier breathalyzer had minimal effect on the number of road fatalities. So why is the government being asked to spend, no doubt, substantial amounts on something that has no credence? And it says since 1995, we had 367 deaths. In 2004, 360, 96, 342, 2005, 326, 97, 372, and 2006, 371. I don't understand what it is about. Is the reintroduction simply another revenue-raising device for the police? That was apparently in yesterday's paper.
I don't think so. I mean, if it's dangerous for people to consume substantial quantities of alcohol and then go driving on the road, and if that can be prevented or caught up with and punished, it's all to the good, it would seem to me.
Mr. Perkins, we have two bits of mail here concerning the PM's alleged use of state-owned transport in her political campaigns, like the helicopter.
Well, I don't know. Has it been alleged to use
Mr. P, paragraph 3, and line 1 of Mr. Harry Douglas's letter, which I have attached, confirms that Sister P is using the government helicopter as her means of travel for the party political purposes. This is quite shocking and unworthy of Sister P. It is a most vulgar abuse of state property. And here is the article which was published in yesterday's paper.
Saying what?
It's a letter to the editor.
From Mr. Douglas?
Mr. Douglas.
Saying what?
The editor, sir. I write in response to an article published in the Sunday Gleaner dated May 27, 2007, under the heading Battle for Political Supremacy in Eastern Seats, written by Mr. Garwin Davis. Let me establish some facts. Prime Minister and party leader Portia Simpson-Miller did not tour the 3 constituencies in St. Mary. She toured sections of St. Mary southeastern. The superintendent of police in charge of the parish can give you full details of the route she traveled. She landed at the Westmoreland Oval, traveled to Fort Stewart and adjoining districts, namely Reddington, Juniper, Enfield, and 41. The comrades stayed in the districts as was directed by the political directorate to show that we had not imported persons from outside. The facts can be checked with the police and other residents. She then journeyed to Richmond, where thousands of comrades gathered to greet her. Right? From Highgate siding, the party leader journeyed to Cromwell, where I took her to meet the niece and granddaughter of former JLP Member of Parliament Alva Ross and Charles Ross.
Who is the niece and daughter?
Mr. Douglas is describing how he is taking the Prime Minister around the constituency to meet various people, among them the niece and granddaughter of Alva Ross.
I see, yes.
The late Alva Ross. But he said she landed, so evidently she was...
Yes, but so what? I mean, she...
Well, is the helicopter they're discussing, the use of the helicopter.
Yes, but that does not establish that she was in a government helicopter.
I don't know.
That...
Yeah. She was in a helicopter, but I don't know.
Well, yes, but...
Mutty, you can take all the time in the world. Campaigning for the JLP will not make any difference, because they'll be back in the wilderness for another 5 years. I hear you and that fool who say he's the shadow minister of finance. And what a joke that man, what a joke. That man can't even run a sky juice cart. Talk is cheap, especially on your program. So preach all you want. Your party is going to get the whipping of their lives.
Well, sir, I don't know which is my party, but...
Mr. Perkins, I am one of the fools living abroad sending money to Jamaica to help my relative. Mr. Perkins, they're actually hungry because they're not working. After hearing that Cubans are working in Jamaica, putting in light bulbs in Jamaican homes, I asked them to go to the National Works Agency to see if they can get a job putting in light bulbs too. Mutty, you guys need to improve your online bandwidth so more people can listen to Perkins online. Simple logics would tell you that you will have more listeners from a wider range, therefore your advertisers would be more interested in advertising during this program. So maybe you're making enough money already and can't be bothered to increase your online capacity.
No, I must send that to the management.
Hi, Mr. Perkins. You must remember that corruption comes in many ways. It comes in ways when you try to corrupt the minds of the Jamaican people that nothing is going on in Jamaica. It comes in the sense where you turn things away from the truth to make the government look bad. It comes when you try to make Mr. Manley look bad because you have some personal vendetta against him.
I tell you something, I'd love to discuss those with you. Give us a call and we'll call you back.
Mutty, I heard a news item at 12 noon today that I believe the JLP can use in the upcoming elections. A demonstrator was complaining about bad road conditions. The demonstrator said, teacher fed up, principal fed up, student fed up, doctor fed up, lawyer fed up, taximan fed up, busman fed up, businessman fed up, everybody fed up. We the people are not only fed up with the road, we're fed up with this government. Good day, Mr. Perkins. I listen to your program every day. From top to bottom is corruption. Sister P is in a tight spot. All this sellout is from the past with P.J. Patterson. A man without a wife is lost, and that is why P.J. let the country get into so much debt and corruption. A caller stated yesterday that there are so many natural resources. The country needs to go back to basics. We are so rich, yet so poor.
We have to take a break.
For the best prices on generators, call QD and Ace with prices as low as $52,130. Run silent model also available. QD and Ace, 8 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10. The time by QD and Ace is
1:45.
Trying to find hard-to-get farm supplies? Southfield Farm and Garden Center stocks a wide variety of insecticides, herbicides, fertilizers, seeds, pesticides, animal feeds, and more. Southfield Farm and Garden Center, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774.
Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel Friday, June 8th. As host, Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies for Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree Mandeville. New 4-way pharmacy, drugstore and the medical center, shop 47 to 48 Santa Plaza, Santa Cruz. And Versan Educational Services, 134 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. This is best. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106.
Original taste, taste.
Everybody come here.
The original taste we love.
Most famous, most favorite, hot water radio.
That's the taste of tasty.
Jamaica loves tasty.
Tasty loves Jamaica.
Come, savor the flavor, freshly baked.
The original taste we love. Tasty. The original taste, taste.
Savor the flavor, freshly baked.
Tasty. The original taste, taste. Tasty.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins, and how are you?
Not too bad. Not as good as you, though.
Oh, well. I won't keep up your time because I've been waiting a long time.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry about that.
Anyway, that's good for business.
I hope you heard something interesting, though.
Yes, I listened to Mr. Hennis, and you know,
Uh-huh.
I at least he's an honest man.
Uh-huh.
I want to talk about this business of trust. That everywhere the Prime Minister goes, she always talking about trust.
Uh-huh.
Now, I trust Mr. Golden more than any other politician.
Yes?
He's a brave man, yes. And he makes decision to leave the JLP, even though he knows what was going to happen when he went back in.
Uh-huh.
So I think I trust that man. No, we couldn't trust Mr. Siaga because they said Mr. Siaga never born here. If you put the flamboyant Mr. Montague in as leader of the opposition, they're going to find something to say about him.
Uh-huh.
If you put the Mr. Nice Man, James Robertson, they're going to find something. These PMP, that is how they fight politics. Then, if we cannot trust Mr. Golden, whom can we trust? Can we trust Dr. Davis? he told us that he run with it.
Well, I think you should ask Miss Aldrich about that.
Well, she just realized recently that it's only a miracle is going to make the PMP win. But I didn't know that long ago.
Oh, I see.
Yes. Now, how do we know that Dr. Davis...
In fairness to Mr. Siaga,
Yeah.
he was born in the United States.
Yes, I know that.
And was had the right to be an American citizen.
Yes.
Or was an American citizen. Right? He surrendered his American citizenship to come here to Jamaica, choosing to be a Jamaican. Right?
Yes.
Now, do you know a lot of people who have done that?
No, sir. Everybody want visa now.
Everybody
If they
want.
want entry, they're not coming back here.
Everybody won't go the other way.
Yes.
He went
and
against.
the last election, he went to
He went
Spain.
against the tide.
Yes. He went to Spain to and many of these
And he was never
who
given.
were accusing him.
Eh?
They send their wife abroad to have babies, you know.
All of that.
So, yes. Double standard.
All of that.
You know. Why? Anyway, what I want to ask you, Mr. Perkins, how do we know that Dr. Davis is not running with it right now?
Running with it.
On the way to the fifth term.
Well, you have to wait. And after the election, if they win the fifth term,
yes.
then maybe he will tell us
When he go and correct it.
that the time come now I'm going to correct it.
Well, I will tell them, you know, I'm going to take a line from the Prime Minister's talking. That Jamaicans are wise, you know. The Jamaican people, they are wise. And
Are they really?
And after 18 years, they are wiser.
Oh, I see.
So, because I don't see what Mr. Golden leaving the JLP and coming back has anything to do. Dr. Duncan left the PMP. Ian Hayes left the JLP and he's gone to the PMP.
Yes, it's very interesting to check.
Barbara Clark. Barbara Clark, Abe Dabdu. Verna Parchment. Norman Horn. Benny White. Can we trust them? You know, they flip and they flop. And well, Dr. Duncan, he flipped and he flopped back. And Norman Horn, he flipped and then he flopped. And when he did flip, you know, he said a lot of things about the PMP. You can see that the JLP and the PMP are two different parties.
Yes.
Because I remember Mr. Dabdo calling Mrs. Phyllis Michelle. Then again, I don't want anything to behold against your station. So, you know, and I hope the JLP have they have a tape. Because they are there ranting and taunting, and the PMP, they don't trust them neither, but because they want to show, to fight dirty politics, that's what they are just using them.
Yes,
Yes, that is what they are doing.
Well.
You know, my brother lives in Canada since 1974, and he was telling me that one government lost over there for just 6 months. They vote them out of office. And he said one here they put on 1% on the tax, and they had to take it off immediately. For the Jamaican people, they are patient and they should be treated better than they are treated now. You see, we are long suffering, and we don't get any thanks for the long suffering. All we are getting is a prime minister and the TV cussing everybody. Cussing the radio station, cussing the TV station, and at the same time, with what is happening in Venezuela and Guyana, it is cause for concern, because especially Venezuela is a very good friend of the Prime Minister, Mr. Chavez. So then you show me your company, and then I will tell you who you are.
Well.
We don't know if it's the same thing she's planning and here. I watched her last night, though, like she's really, really thinking twice. She wasn't ranting and taunting. She could hardly find word to talk. For she's saying that it was the PMP who this and the PMP who that and the media and give us so many media houses, so many choices. But at the same time, who these new radio stations that they give, most of them is to their friends. If you look at them, you know, most of them is like a providing job for the boys. You understand? So
yes.
We can trust the PMP with all of their hand-to-handness and with all of their running with it and with all of their schemes and their plans. But we cannot trust Mr. Bruce Golden because he left the JLP, form his own party and come back. Well, I trust this man. And I'm telling them that Mr. Golden is going to be the next Prime Minister, whether they like it or not. And I am... You see these polls, Mr. Perkins, they are designed to throw off the people. Because I never forget my daughter never come over to vote because Mark Wignall said the PMP is going to be 9%. And at the time she was pregnant, she said she's not leaving Portmore to come over here because we don't lose already.
Yes.
So I know what these polls are saying. when these polls are showing them line and line, the JLP, they are way ahead. any reasonable, you know, they're fighting a losing battle. About 3 weeks ago, I was at home and somebody knocked at the gate. When I look out, it was a Cuban man and 2 other guys.
Oh, come to put in light bulb in your house?
Yes. But these 2 guys are the same guys what you see when you go to the polling station to vote. You see them in their orange shirt.
Yes.
Now, the Cuban man said...
They had on orange shirts.
They never have on orange shirt when they came, you know.
Oh.
But I see them at the polling station when I go to...
Oh, I see. I thought you said they had on orange shirts.
No, they never had on orange.
Yes.
But it's the same one you see when you go.
I see. You knew them.
I know them.
Oh.
And they asked me how many bulbs I have inside, and I said 8. And they said I must go for them, so I went for them. They never came in and screwed them in. They sent me for them. I take the bulbs and I carry them outside, and they gave me 8 bulbs.
They gave you what?
8 bulbs. It's one of those fluorescent bulbs. But the day after I was downtown and was passing Matches Lane to go up to Coronation Market, and I saw a man pushing a handcart full of these same bulbs from up Matches Lane.
Oh, is that so?
So, yes, he asked me if I want some to buy. So I asked him, how much is it? He said, if I'm going to sell it back, you can give me 3 for $100. But I said to myself, then how these same bulbs selling downtown wholesale like they have them distributing to their party faithful? You understand?
Yes.
This is what and it's coming on right now to election. You find all of these little things coming up, and then you hear them giving out some fictitious...
well, I don't know. I don't know if it is a party man, but maybe what happened is that they distributed the bulbs in the area, and the people, you know, who need other things, they need a little food and they need this and that. But maybe they are prepared to sell them back.
But I gave them my bulbs, so it wasn't free. I have my bulbs in here. You understand me? Last year, September, again, I was here, and this lady came. She said that she's from Staten. And I said to her, but you have no ID. And she took out this ID out of her handbag and showed me. And then she said she's doing this. What she said it was, she didn't say it was poll. She said she's doing this population census. And she said to me, how many people live over here? And I said 3. And she said if they work, and I was explaining to her. Same time I had a neighbor now hear me talking and come out and said to her, what are you taking up? She showed her ID and asked her how many people live over there. So she said 2. She said to the lady, then said to my neighbor, how many people live over the house beside you? She said 3. And she said, how many people live over the house over there, so? And meantime she talking, she writing down, you know. And then my son was on vacation and he used his camera because I couldn't believe to take to snap the lady. So I said to her, but this is how it is done. You don't go and verify it for yourself. She writing down everything that my neighbor's saying. And then when she look at me now, she smile and walk down the road. It's not even 3 minutes when I came inside, I see her passing, going up. And from that, I haven't seen her again. And I asked if she has come back into the area. Nobody sees her. So you see, them just go around with these little things. They don't get... I mean, this lady, well, she look like a teacher, but it's just she alone. Normally, you would send out 2 persons to do these things. And then when they finish now, they're telling us how many people working, how many people not working. When the lady is just asking anybody, she's not going to anybody's house. Then she said, what number you live? And then she just writing it right there and then. You know, this is how it is done.
I don't know. Sounds a little odd to me.
It looked hard to me because there she was. Because at first she came, her ID was on her clothes and she had on this red shirt. So I said to her, you can't just go around. I just smiled.
She had on a red shirt?
Yeah, I said to her, you can't go around in this red shirt asking people questions, you know. And she said, oh, I never ever realized the red. But I was joking, really. I wasn't, you know. And then she showed me her ID. But she wasn't doing it properly. It just never, you know.
Yes.
And I said, but on her ID is her name and status.
Yes. Anyway, thank you very much. I have to go to a break now. All the best to you. Nice hearing from you.
Hear this? Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan products, good Jamaica, greater value. The time by Astrosan products is 2:01.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Porus. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. On the local weather scene, this afternoon, look for isolated showers mainly over hilly areas. Tonight will be mainly fair. For the next 3 days, look for mainly sunny and windy conditions during the days and mainly fair conditions at nights. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. UTech is renowned for providing quality in the educational experience, incorporating art, culture, sports, technology to enhance academic experience. UTech's curriculum of career-focused learning produces highly sought-after graduates. If you desire to be equipped with more than just a degree, if your goal is to enhance academic qualifications with experience and practical capabilities, we welcome you to be a part of the unique UTech experience. Visit our website at www.utechjamaica.edu.jm for more information.
So, what you doing later?
I plan to call and text free.
All right. What you doing tomorrow then?
I plan to call and text free.
What about this weekend?
I plan to call and text free.
Next month?
Next year, I plan to call and text free with the B-Mobile Anyone Free Time plan.
How's that?
A plan that gives you 2 hours of free calls and 20 free texts every day to any B-Mobile or C&W number. And 20% off calls to the US, UK landlines, and Canada.
So, how much it costs?
Only $200 a week for prepaid and $800 a month for postpaid.
Sounds good.
Believe it.
The B-Mobile Anyone Free Time plan. A plan to call and text free every day. Sign up now. Call or text the word START to 809-FREE. That's 809-3733. Details on the press. Conditions apply.
Me and my B-Mobile? There's nothing quite like us.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th. As host, Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. 3 Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited. Shop 4 to 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DRE Banks Limited for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Centre, Southfield, St. Elizabeth, telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, more parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper, think Paper Place. And Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
This segment of Business Online is brought to you by Scotia Life Insurance Company.
Good afternoon, I'm Orville Johnson from today's Money Limited. Welcome to Business Online.
A jump of $2.5 billion, or 124.7% in expenditure on the government's programs for the first month of the new fiscal year relative to 2006-2007 has helped to push the total expenditure up by 26% during the period under review. Other increases in the recurrent expenditure came from a 13.2% increase in wages and 20.8% on the external debt. Revenues in April 2007-2008 were up by 12.1% over the same period in the 2006-2007 fiscal year. Increased expenditure on programs has been possible as the amounts paid on the amortization of the country's massive debt was $10 billion less in April 2007 relative to April 2006. U.S. factory orders rose lower than expected in April, hurt by poor demand for aircraft and other transport. Total orders for the month increased by 0.3% below the 0.8%, which was forecast. U.S. manufacturing sentiment has been volatile in recent months as companies have looked to trim new orders in the wake of a general slump in housing and a build-up in supplies of unsold cars. The local dollar appreciated by 2 cents today in the foreign currency market. The dollar closed trading at an average of $68.25 Jamaican for each U.S. dollar. There was moderately low demand for the U.S. dollar. The stock market slumped today as the 3 indices all returned declines. Of the 23 stocks which traded, only 4 advanced, while 9 declined and 10 traded firm. The total market volume was a meager $1.6 million. 1.6 million units. Mabry Investments amounted to 546,000 units to lead the volumes, followed by National Commercial Bank and Cable and Wireless Jamaica Limited. The day's winners were Denham and Geddes up 1.8% to close at $7.15, Kingston Wharves up 1.1% to close at $7.70, and Scotia Group was up 0.55% to close at $22.10. The day's main decliners were First Caribbean International Bank Jamaica Limited down 14.2% to close at $21. Jamaica Broilers dipped by 7.2% to close at $3.99, and Hardware and Lumber slipped by 6.6% to close at $14.80. The JC Index declined by 239.20 points to close trading at 90,280.07 points. Our advice is brought to you today by Scotia Jamaica Life Insurance Company. How much are you worth? How much do you want to be worth tomorrow? To determine your net worth, simply add all your assets, then subtract that figure from all your liabilities. That's how much you are worth, your net worth. A Scotiaman policy will increase your assets and help you build real wealth over time. Don't hide from reality. Check your net worth now. Whether it is positive or negative, a Scotiaman policy will improve it for you. Scotiaman, bringing goals to life. For more information, contact a Scotia Insurance Advisor at 922-3765. And that's all the time we have for Business Online today. If you need advice, you can call us at 927-7392 or write to us at Today's Money Limited, 72 Hope Road, Kingston 6. Or email us at info@todaysmoneylimited.com or log on to our website at www.todaysmoneylimited.com. Join me again tomorrow for another edition of Business Online, another fine product from Today's Money Limited. I'm Over Johnson, wishing you a pleasant afternoon.
The preceding segment of Business Online was brought to you by Scotia Life Insurance Company.
You know, Cliff, Jamaica is a very strange place.
Too strange.
In this country, the car one drives, the house one lives in, the kinds of clothes you wear, and even your cell phone is an indicator of how wealthy you are.
Wrong, though.
I would think so, because I can wear jeans, and I can wear a T-shirt, and I can be worth millions and millions of dollars.
Very true. Because the people in banking tell us that your net worth is your true state of wealth.
Whether your net worth is positive or negative, a Scotiamint policy will improve it for you. Open a Scotiamint policy, build your net worth, and watch your assets grow. Call 1-888-GO-SJLIC or visit your nearest Scotiabank branch for further details.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Hello, Mutty, hi.
Hi.
Dr. Winston Dawes.
Yes. Hi. How are you?
I'm just calling about the headlines in today's Observer.
Yes.
Which is, to put it mildly, alarmist.
Uh-huh.
When they did the interview with Dr. Thompson, she gave an overview.
What was the headline? I haven't got the paper.
No, it says patients at risk.
Oh, yes.
You know, saying a shortage of vital medical equipment.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, you know, it's alarmist in that she had given an overview of the positive and the negatives and the various problems.
Yes.
And all that they mentioned were the problems. And they took some of it out of context.
Yes.
Because there were some problems which had been solved. But, you know, she said every now and then these things come up. But they just put it as if it still existed.
Yes.
You know, like the lab where we have recently gotten some a very good lab service, lab machines.
Yes.
Problem, you know, we sometimes run short of reagents still, but there's a vast improvement as to what we had before. And she also mentioned about the shortage of doctors.
Yes.
That is, I mean, we have been very fortunate. We have been able to recruit a fair amount of doctors all the time, but a lot of them leave to do postgrad. For example, we've had 8 people leaving in the last year and a half to do postgrad.
Up here at the university?
Well, some at the university, some have gone abroad to the U.S. So, you know, and a lot of times, although we identify people who could have replaced them, they're like tired sometimes in doing the paperwork.
Yes.
So that creates a crisis every now and then. But by and large, things are always bad. Let me not say that the things are perfect, but
yes,
there have been some improvements, and I think it was unfortunate that she was misquoted, she was quoted properly, but they didn't take the whole argument in full context.
Yes.
So, you know, I'm just reassuring people that we're there.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're opened 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is
2:15.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel Friday, June 8th as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies, Fort Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree Mandeville. New four-way pharmacy drugstore and the medical center. Shop 47 to 48 Santa Plaza, Santa Cruz. And Versan Educational Services, 134 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Vest is best. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
Coming.
Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome to Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you. Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Yes, sir. I mean, I just like to make it clear that we're not cowboys who are there guessing with people's lives.
Yes.
And whenever and I've done it in the past, whenever I've found that services went where people were at risk, I've closed the various places. There was a time when our maternity ward was, the cleaners were not doing it properly. And nothing was done, and so we closed until when it was no longer, the patient was no longer at risk from getting infections.
And suppose you had cockroaches in your operating theater?
That would never happen with me. Not with me, Monty. No. This is one thing, whenever things get bad where I say we're not practicing safe medicine,
yes,
then I close down, and I fear nobody in doing this.
Yes.
So it was unfortunate this time. I think that...
I wonder why it happens in other places.
No, Monty, well, because sometimes people operate under less than ideal circumstances, yes, and we pretend that we're doing good, but we face challenges. But we should never, ever bring our practice down where we are
absolutely
at risk.
I'm with you. Thank you very much.
Sure. Okay.
All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Hello.
Hello, yes?
Morning, sir.
Hi.
Afternoon. I'm in the same country as you.
Hi, how are you?
Not bad.
I thought you had been washed away.
Well, that's why I'm calling you again.
Oh, is that so?
Mutty, rains have started in Montego Bay again.
Oh, is that so?
And
you mean today?
Right now as we speak.
Oh, God.
Heavy showers. But there's a major problem at that top level road.
Yes.
By a hotel called El Greco.
Yes.
Right in front of El Greco. When it rains, a huge pond forms every time.
And slows down the hill?
It slows the entire Montego Bay to a halt because some people try to go on the bottom road, but then that becomes congested. And then people try to navigate this large pool of water. And a number of cars shut down and break down, and it's just unreal. And this has been going on for several years.
My God.
It's not a new phenomenon.
Yes.
How can you have a tourism capital with this
kind of thing going on?
And it's at the gate of El Greco, which is a hotel.
Yes.
That does fairly well in Montego Bay. And you just cannot get in and out of the hotel without going through this massive lake.
But I suppose that the visitors can't really move?
It's really terrible, man.
They stay where they are in their hotels?
There's no excuse for allowing this to continue.
Yes.
It's a fairly simple drainage problem that just needs to be done, and they just need to do it.
But, there's this problem of drainage all over the island. And it's not being attended to at all.
We have spent billions of dollars on drains, and I tell you, a lot of them have been really badly designed. I went to Portland on the weekend, and just looking at some of these new culvert bridges that have been built.
Yes.
You know exactly what is going to happen when the rain starts. Because
yes, indeed.
Nobody has taken into consideration the fact that when these drains and rivers come down, they bring with them a lot of bamboo roots.
Yes, all sorts of things like that.
All types of plants. And
that tend to clog the drains low down.
And clog everything up. So it has to be designed in a way that it will accommodate a lot of this.
Yes.
Issues that is being brought down in the river.
Yes,
But nobody seems to be doing much planning at all. It's a knee-jerk reaction every time we have a problem. Then you hear a lot of people running around after this place is completely flooded. Montego Bay is going to be flooded again. It's just ridiculous.
Well, I'd be very surprised if it not. But look here, the South Gully is the one giving the problem now.
Yes. Oh, yes.
And nothing has happened about that up to now. Eh?
Not a thing.
Oh, God. Oh, boy.
But I guess we will just continue, making our voices be heard, and hopefully something will happen. Elections are coming up soon, so people will be spurred to react, because, of course, the consequences will not be,
But, you talk about Portland. I was talking to Mr. Ennis and earlier to Mr. Vaz, and hearing about the conditions there, with the roads and the likelihood that if you get another, some more heavy rain or, a hurricane or something.
I have never seen roads like that, I tell you.
Is that so?
I have never in Jamaica seen roads, especially main roads, in that type of condition.
Oh, my God.
It is unreal. I mean, if you're not driving a SUV or a big vehicle, a truck or something like that, you will experience many damaged rims and blowouts and front end dislocation. It is just unbelievable. And when it rains, of course, you can't see the holes, because
you can't see the holes. Yes.
The water covers all of these massive potholes and crevices in the road. It's unreal.
Mr. Ennis was telling me something that if you go beyond 2 miles an hour, you're likely to find yourself in trouble.
No, that's true. I mean, we literally crawled from one pothole to the next.
Oh, God.
It's unreal. But we'll see what we shall see.
Yes, but I mean, the Montego Bay thing is a serious thing too, because as you say, what is your tourism like at the moment?
Not very good.
Not very good.
No.
Oh.
Not very good at all. And we're hoping for a good July.
Yes.
But then there's a number of issues that one has to take into consideration. I don't know when the Prime Minister is going to call elections, but July has now become our biggest tourism month for the year.
Yeah. Oh, is that so?
Yes. And
July?
Well, it's partly due to the fact that we have some fest in that month.
Oh.
We were in August with the festival, and we were asked to move it to the middle of July because that was relatively slow. Now we have moved it. It is the biggest tourism month in the calendar.
Ah.
But if you have an election in the middle of July, it would
damage that, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Would detract from it.
It will be called either at the beginning or the end of July, but not during the month of July. But then that's not our choice. That's not our decision to make.
Yes, indeed. And July is the 7th month,
It's the 7th month. It's the 7th month.
Yes, and I believe the Woolmer have said that the 7th month is the important month, huh?
Well, I don't know which one.
Auspicious month.
Which one, but think it's something that needs to be done, and let's move ahead.
Yes, indeed.
With our lives, and extended.
Absolutely.
Campaign is not good for the country. I don't think it's going to be good. A long extended campaign is not auguring well for the country, and I don't know if it is desirable. But
yes.
Then again, as I said, that's...
And it has been, in a way, going on for a long time now, you know.
It has been.
You know?
Been going on. I hope it continues just to be a campaign and not get into the type of violence that we have associated with elections, you know.
Yes, yes.
We don't need that kind of stuff.
We don't need that. No.
Well, good to hear you, Mutty.
All right, nice hearing from you too.
It will be good.
All the best.
And
I hope something can be done about that soon, because if you go into July with those conditions in Montego Bay, then that is going to hit you hard too. Because it might well rain in July. Oh, he's gone. Sorry about that. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Hello, yes. You're not hearing?
Yes, I'm hearing.
Then why you keep saying hello?
I heard...
You listen to the radio?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir.
I just want to call very briefly.
Uh-huh.
I want to express my regret at the government drawing out this election situation for such a long time, knowing that the Jamaica situation where violence might erupt. I am wondering why the government takes so long to call the election while they're campaigning across the length and breadth of Jamaica and the election date.
Well, they want to secure a victory. They hope they want to do that. And if they thought that things were good for them at the moment, they would go forward to the election. If not, they're trying to use time to their best advantage. Right?
But, Mr. Perkins, the fact is that these promises that I heard the Prime Minister making in Montego Bay recently. I recall the last election I heard Mr. Pattis was telling Jamaica that he was building 17 new schools and 40,000 jobs for young people across Jamaica. Why are they going around and spreading these mysteries? I believe the election is most important right now and get it out of the way before violence, etc., etc.
Well, I don't know. I don't see any reason why there should necessarily be violence.
Well, you know, Jamaica is a country which is gifted for this violence during election. I think earlier that they should just call the election and get
Did they have any violence in
year 2000? In year 2000. We didn't have much violence in year 2000, but we know
2002.
In 2002. But we know that Jamaica is a place for that. And the quicker we could call the election rather than campaigning across Jamaica without an election date, it would be better for Jamaica.
Yes, but I don't think that the Prime Minister has an option, eh?
Yes.
She decides the election, when the election is, and is to be. And, you know, I don't think that one can say that she's hanging out waiting for violence.
I believe, Mr. Perkins, that one of the things that is bothering the government right now is that there was a time when they would have freed up on the former leader of opposition, Mr. Siaga, telling people that he was the worst gunman on the Tebali Garden, and telling people that he was the worst. Tebali was the worst place and what have you. And then I remember Mr. P.J. Patterson telling Jamaica that Mr. Siaga called Jamaica people scandal bag, etc., which was all false. It was all done to win election. And the Jamaica people buy it. And I believe that is why the PNP has be campaigning so hard now, because they know Mr. Siaga for them to prove on this time.
Yes, and they haven't quite got to the point of making Mr. Golding into a monster.
No, because Mr. Gold is a quite more smooth man and easy.
Well, give them time. They might give them time, you know. You never can tell. They're good at that kind of thing.
Well, we are running out of patience on this election because we want to get rid of it.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. I have to go. Okay, that brings us to the end of Perkins Online for today. We'll be back hopefully tomorrow, usual time and place, and we look forward to your company. So long.
You've been listening to Perkins Online on